Hello. Hi. Happy Saturday. Late Saturday. I'm on late tonight. I'm like, is anyone even going to be awake? It's not super late in California, but can you guys see me and hear me? Are we good? Hello. Hi. Who's up? Number 7 and Dustin. Just us tonight? We're the only ones that are up tonight? I'm shook. I thought more people would be up. Maybe they'll come in here later. But I know, like, hey, number 7. I know a bunch of my mods are like, they're like 3 hours ahead of me, I think. So far. I know I wasn't even going to come on late anymore because I might have to work tomorrow. And I'm like, yay, Natasha, you're awake. Someone signed up for the party tonight. No, actually, that's funny you guys say that. I actually had a long day and I wasn't going to come on because I felt like, hey, Dodge. I was like, I'm kind of just been having like, it was so it was like 93 degrees in California today. And I don't do heat like that. I don't love the summertime. I'm just one of those people. I know. I like spring, fall, and I like winter. I like the cold. So it was 93 degrees and I was already being super dramatic about it. I was like, nope, can't do it. So anyways, I was out and about all day and it was hot as hell. And I was exhausted. So I was like, I'm just going to go to bed. I've had a busy week again at work. I'm going to work overtime tomorrow. But then I was like, no, I'm in the mood for true crime. We are going to drink Buzz Balls. I'm having a beer right now, a Modelo. Dramatica. Hey, Natasha, my love. I'm glad you made it. Torta pounder. New York, so definitely late for me, says Dustin. Yeah, exactly. Dramatica. Yes, I am torta pounder. Dodge. Hello, Dodge. Good to see you. Yeah, you know what? Those buzzballs get me. So we're starting easy tonight. We're easing into the night together. It's late. It's 9 p.m. here. Natasha, it's probably super late there, so I appreciate you being here. I was going to do just a Karen Reed live, but there's so many true crime cases that I want to talk about. I'm going to be covering the Sullivan kids case, perhaps tomorrow. And then I do have a Brian Koberger case live. I meant live tomorrow for the Sullivan case. And then I have a live on Brian Koberger as well, but I'm trying to get caught up on Karen Reed between tonight and tomorrow. We'll see. I'm kind of far behind, but we'll get there. Midnight here. Glad I could make it. Yeah, that's late. I appreciate you being here. All right. I was going to start with Karen Reed, but I want to watch. I'm actually not going to start with Karen Reed, day 8. I know Jen Macabre's still up on this next day. I want to watch Steve Goncalves. If you guys have been following the Idaho 4 case, Brian Koberger, Steve Goncalves is, what's his daughter's name? Oh my God, I can't keep up. Kaylee, right? I can't keep up. Yeah. Kaylee Goncalves, Steve Goncalves. Yeah, that's his daughter. I had to look that up. Yeah, I should know that too. But anyways, he did an interview with Ashley Banfield. Sorry, I'm fixing my settings. And I love Ashley Banfield. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's pretty intense. He talks about like how him and his family have to deal with a bunch of like bullying and new details in the case. I know there's like been a lot going on that today, so we'll probably watch that as well. But I really thought this interview with Ashley Banfield was really good. So we're going to watch it. And this is an after dark, so don't get all up in your feelings if I'm up here having a good time and you guys are too. Some people got all but hurt last night. They're like, oh my God, MELLY is drinking. And I'm like, so Is YouTube gonna arrest me now? Like, I'm like, chill out. I'm stuck on that one right now. The Brian Koberger, yeah, Kaylee. There's so many of them involved. I'm actually really stuck on it too. I've been going through documents for the next live that I have, so I'm really stuck on it. But this is a good interview. Have you watched this, Natasha? I'm gonna play it right now. Shout out to Ashley Banfield. I really do like her. I think she's. Oh, my bad. Okay, old Chinese man. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Is that Sullivan kid case crazy though? I'm gonna deep dive that too. So we're gonna cover. Oh, and then we're gonna cover the Epstein victim. We're gonna cover some things on him. On her, sorry. Ugh, I always have to put. Why do I always have to turn on the settings on here? Because people can't act right. Jeez.
These documents drop and just layers of information that we've been waiting for suddenly are
that's only on Peacock, right? But the new Dateline episode's only on Peacock. I couldn't find it to play it tonight. I don't think I can stream it straight from Peacock because that'll be like totally copyright.
Do you and Christy and the family get advance knowledge? Do you get a heads up it's coming? Does someone walk through it with you and help it to land in a more sensitive way?
There is times where they will reach out, especially when they know it's something that's a little hits home.
Okay, I need to find out
where say stuff about Kaylee.
I need to watch that.
I would expect them to come out, but there's been some back and forth a little bit to tell them, prepare us more because our phones are going to ring. We're going to see people. I work at a hospital, so there's probably 4,000 or 5,000 people there. So, it's good to let us know what's going on so we don't accidentally say something that doesn't make any sense because we don't know what's coming out and somebody's just seen it and they take advantage of you not knowing what's going on, or they assume and you just say something wrong because you're not fully understanding what's going on. So it's back and forth, but they've gotten better. And I really like the team. They're good human beings. Everybody that's been working there is really impressive. And
that's the prosecution team?
Yeah, the prosecution team and the investigators, everybody that's involved in this case has been really, really good to us. And
do you have like a liaison, someone in particular who's your point man?
There's a victim advocate, but I'll be honest, they don't work when you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Once you leave the county that you're in,
I've seen parts of
that victim's advocate doesn't know the court like they normally would. So a lot of times we hear before they hear. There's times where we've actually contacted them about things are going on, and they're like, "No, that's not the case." And we're like, "Fortunately, it is. There is. It was an ex parte hearing." And we're like, Are you guys going to the ex parte? What's going on about it?
Okay, no, there's like been a bunch of stuff released on Brian Koberger in this case in the last few days. Do we still believe he's guilty? And yeah, Natasha, I'm gonna go off of what you said. I can't imagine this. Like a horrific crime, and it's happening to your children, and the whole world is just watching it play out. Like it's wild. My heart breaks for them too.
And they won't even, because they're not supposed to be there, so they were never informed. And we're looking at the doc 3 or 4 times a day at least.
They also don't know Steve Goncalves. And I'll be honest with you, look, I've done this job for a long time, and everybody's different. Everyone processes being a family member of a crime victim differently. And even in this instance, some of the family members are very separated from this process. They don't want the updates. They may not even come to all of the trial. So it's just everyone processes differently. Do you ever think about that in terms of how the other families and you are all going to get together in August and July and September and October, and how you're going to be together in this process?
I mean, a little bit. I've met people just like last time at court. I met some people that are part of the case that I'd never seen before. Some parents of the survivors. So, you know what? I have 5 children, so I expect people to behave differently. I expect people to have different ways to process. It's nothing new to me. I've said this before. My brother just reminded me. He's like,
I
her
want to pull
name
up that
means
picture
built for battle.
of creepy Brian.
Gonzalez means built for battle, and maybe that's just the way I was built. I wasn't gonna let this turn into a case where it went cold, or
Why can't I find it?
there wasn't somebody. There was times where people would call me and say, "Will you do an interview?" And I'd say, "I can't," and they didn't even do a story on it. And I remember going back and watching. I said, "What? I wonder what the story's gonna be." So they didn't do a story because they didn't have someone to talk to.
I seen.
So I said, "You know
Relate.
what my daughter's gone through, Maddie Mae went through. The least I can do is, make myself sit down and communicate and keep people focused on the case." And I don't take it lightly that Anne stretched this out, made me go across the state of Idaho, 7 hours each way.
Hi, gas mask.
I don't take that lightly. And Shannon, my lawyer, told her job is to get everyone to forget. Her job is to stretch this out so long that the witnesses don't even remember what happened, or they're not crisp on that stand. So nobody says you have to sit back and take it. So I'm not going to take it. I'm going to come forward and I'm going to keep it fresh. And if there's a chance to keep
I love this man
in the media and keep people focused on it and say, hey, what is going on? Did that guy get away with it? They get back into the story and put pressure on, everybody that we hold this case to the fullest extent.
With the new stuff that has been released about Brian in the last 2 days, I'm creeped out for sure. I agree with Natasha that there's definitely a lot more that we don't know about who he is. It's the defense job to create doubt. They're trying to portray Kohberger as some illiterate moron through autism. Kohberger is guilty, and there's proof that he was there. I agree. We have not seen Ben Illinois. I know, I like her, and this is her podcast.
Into the law, and people don't like to talk about it, but sometimes people have to pay the ultimate price for the crime that they committed.
It's a long, you just mentioned it's 6-7 hours to drive to Boise. Are you and the family all planning to be there for the entire duration? It's going to be about 3-4 month trial.
Yeah, we won't be able to do it like that. We have grandbabies and everyone's got their big family, so we'll rotate, and that's a lot of time off from work. So I'll fly back and forth. I'll work with the hospital to make sure everything's in place. But yeah, I don't expect everyone to be able to be there every day, but we'll always have somebody for the family directly there, and then get some of that information from the prosecution team one-on-one, and then relay that back. That's the thing, is there's nothing like geting information from the court, because then you don't have to guess.
Jesus in chat.
That's what I've always said, is like, you guys don't have to tell me inside information, but if you can give us talking points that are safe, that are accurate, and this is what's going to happen going forward, then we can point people back to the court docs. And
don't get me started.
Obviously, the best information you're ever going to get. But for a good 2 years, we had no court docs, so look, everything was
people are foul.
I mean, you've been kept in the dark, and we've been kept in the dark, as we should be in a lot of these circumstances, not in all of them. I'm not a big fan of hooded justice. I'm a fan of open process. It's what makes us different than a lot of other countries I've been to. But I just always think about how much harder it is for you and the people who deserve to know, the people who shouldn't be in the dark. And for this long of a process. So, I mean, I'm sending you a big virtual hug here, just to let you know that we are aware that you are going through more than most people can understand.
Sad.
And that brings me to what we're learning today. I mean, more details I did not expect to hear, and they're kind of confusing, I'll be honest with you. The story that the surviving roommates tell in these documents is that they actually saw Xana. They saw her lying down in her room. So the door had to have been open. All this time, we've all been imagining that Xana and Ethan were behind a locked door, and that's why no one could get to them, and thought there must be something wrong. We'll call 911. Was this a surprise to you to hear this detail?
Yeah. I actually talked to Hunter a little bit back very beginning, and I remember him saying something about the doors, and I, not knowing the details, thought he was speaking of the outside door. So now, now looking back, I said, oh, the door being open, he was referring to the bedroom door, not that
That's
outside door,
wild.
because there was reports of the outside door being open. And I was like, okay, so that's true. That's how you can get things wrong. Somebody tells you the door's open and you assume it's the front door, and it was actually the bedroom door. So, yeah, we try to stay away from anything, but that was new information. That was an eye opener. But yeah, I can, you know what? I just
That's wild. A troll just tried to come in here with another channel's, another creator's wife's username. Yet they still thought she was unconscious. I was saying that part blows my mind. Something is way off about it. And I'm not trying to be mean, but something is, no. I don't know. I feel like somebody else
going down those steps as fast as she possibly could, seeing something at the side of her eyes, and just running all the way down the steps. So I'm sure I'm sure she's seen something, but it wasn't like a slow motion, like looking and staring and poking through.
Yeah.
At least my girls wouldn't be too scared to do anything like
well, and the way she describes it, as as little information as we have, is that she thought this was Xana on the floor, just drunk. I mean, look, these are college kids. This is what they do. The worst thing that maybe their minds might go to is that somebody may have had too much to drink, or God forbid, might
definitely
have
had too much to drink.
no one's mind would have ever gone to what actually happened. And even then, the level of fear was really high. That Dylan is running downstairs to Bethany's room, scared, in the middle of the night. She's seen a guy in the house, but the level of fear, which is high, is nowhere near what was really happening. That's the thing that 2020 hindsight is all great.
Exactly.
But in that moment, this kid is just, she's still a kid, right? I still think of these guys as kids.
Oh, I know when I was 19, I made some stupid, crazy decisions.
I love that he talks about this, making dumb decisions. I feel like I would have reacted different if I was maybe there. I know it's hard to say that, but especially in the Dateline episode, their sources, they believe Koberger chased down Xana when she started to check things out when she heard something. I'll say, is that on Peacock? I wanted to play it tonight, but I know that I'll get super in trouble by YouTube. Or is it on YouTube? Tell me now so I can play it.
Make no reflection on the person I am today, because I just didn't have life experience. So I give the same grace to anybody who's probably under the age of 25, to be honest, especially for guys.
You saw it on YouTube? No way. Okay, I have one that I have coming. Let me see if this is the same one. You did? When? Today? No way. She's innocent. Who's innocent? Wait, is it is it on, it's not the one on 48 hours, right? Because that's the one of the ones I was going to play next. Is that the same one? No, because that's different, right? 48 hours and Dateline is totally different. But I saw a repost. I didn't see that. I didn't find it on YouTube. Who reposted? That's wild. I want to watch it. Karen. Oh yeah. I was like, who are you talking about?
More logical decisions earlier in life than at least I did. But I know guys can, get a guy in a motorcycle or a pickup truck out in the dirt roads, and you'll question their logic. So yeah.
So the other surprising detail that just gave me a lot of pause was the fact that the girls were all upstairs in Kaylee's room, talking. The roommates, Bethany and Dylan and Maddie and Kaylee, at 2:00 in the morning. They'd all been out. They'd all come back, except Xana hadn't come back yet with Ethan. And they were all talking, as college kids do. Night is still young at 2 a.m. And they were thinking of going back out again, going back out to maybe go to the food truck and get, another round
If they
of
would have
late-night
gotten
food.
back out,
And
that
I just was
would have been so different.
gobsmacked by this moment of
Oh, yeah, she
how
said that too.
possibly things could have been different. Have you gone over this sort of theory in your mind?
You know what? I have, but it's hard I can't go there really. I don't try to think of all the what ifs. What I try to think is what's the positive aspect of this?
Hey,
and to me, it makes that timeline that much tighter. It proves that DM was in the house, sent a text to the same driver that Kaylee used, which is a friend of the house that they've all used. It backs up all these narratives and things that I know to be factual. And it helps put another piece in the puzzle.
This is wild.
That's one thing I've always said is if you're innocent, you want the evidence to come out because the evidence is going to prove it's not going to fit you. You're going to be able to be like, well, they got all this evidence. I'm innocent, so it's not going to fit me. So let's just rip through this evidence and figure out where I can say that's not me. But in this case, that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to get everything tossed out because every piece of information, whether it's DM contacting the driver and saying, hey, are you still around? Which backs up a story.
I have no idea what you're talking about, MJB. And hello, everyone just getting here and watching Melly After Dark. We're just watching true crime. And I'm having some drinks. Yeah, MJB, I don't know what you're talking about. We only ban people here if people are disrespectful, so I don't think that was you. But
let's be honest, the 19-year-old didn't know they're going to go through her phone. They're going to track it. There's this CAS system. They're going to go all through this house. Know when they went upstairs, went downstairs. They didn't know any of this. And they're not talking about cleaning up a murder scene. They're not talking about what do we got to do. They're literally just girls being girls, sitting on a bed, talking, laughing, talking about, let's go get some food. Let's not go to bed. It's 2 a.m. Let's go have some more fun. And I'm sure they were very close to doing just that. And it's unfortunately they didn't. But on the one side it makes that
wild
house a little bit clearer and people know a little bit more what was going on.
Like if they would have gone back out to the food truck, then they wouldn't have been killed. Right? Or maybe not everybody. Not all of them would have been killed. They think he was either passed out, drunk, or asleep, and the person killed with 1 to an artery, which I'm guessing means his throat. Yeah, I thought all of their throats were slit. So brutal. Ethan was in bed. Fate is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and honestly,
an interesting thing.
The what ifs are hard on this scenario as well because it's 2 a.m. And if they'd gone back out to the food truck, they might have been back by 3 or 3:30. And this monster, his timeline was 4 a.m. So it may not have made a difference, but it is just sort of an alarming thought that there was an idea to maybe leave the house. And who knows what might have happened. There's also details that you've learned from, your conversations about the situation that presented itself on the 3rd floor when this killer perpetrated his crimes. You've learned that Maddie was killed first and then your daughter.
It was
What was
very
the
brutal.
scenario that
His
was laid out for
legs
you?
were carved.
We
What
wanted
do
to
you
know where she
mean
was
by
at
that?
and how.
What do you mean by that? I didn't hear that part. Oh no.
How this happened, as much as they would be able to share with us. And they said
Kitty!
she was in
Oh,
bed,
my
and we're like,
love.
her bed, and they're like, no. So we're like, Maddie,
Hi,
because
hi,
it's
hi.
not unusual. They crash out in our
Good to
house
see
all
you,
the time
Kate.
together. 4 or 5 of the girls sleep in the same bed.
Cheers. Yes, cheers.
I don't know how they do it.
Happy Saturday. It's late.
But so we got those details, and then we just, kept asking, and, it's the last moments of your daughter's life, and you know that some of that information could be helpful to the case. So, you want to make sure that you know enough that you could be helpful if there's a certain thing in the room that was
We're watching Steve Goncalves interview Kaylee's dad with Banfield. That's really good. Let me fix my mic.
missing. Things like that. Do we have pictures that they don't have access to that, Maddie Mae's room lays out like layouts of the room.
Don't spoil it. No.
Changed. Things like that. So
am I lagging again?
yeah, we learned that they went for Maddie first, and then Kaylee. Kaylee woke up. Kaylee showed signs of fighting.
And also played the audio.
Or a fight. I don't know really what somebody waking up, somebody stabbing you, how much fighting you can really do. But then this monster struck her multiple times, and those were injuries that I was told that only she had in that room. I don't know about the other people downstairs, but
whoa.
That was one of those details where we kept to ourselves because people would come forward and say, "Oh, I know exactly what happened that night." And we'd be like, "So describe what happened to Kaylee," and they couldn't do it. So that was something that helped us, and I really appreciate Mabbit for sharing that information. And I know a lot of people screamed and yelled and put a bit of pressure on her, but I give her a hug and tell her thank you 100 times over for putting some finality in the last, moments.
Wow.
It's not fair for parents to have to wait 2 to 3 years to understand what happened to their kids.
So true.
Talk about cruel and unusual punishment. I mean, nothing's crueler than to be told that you don't get to know what happened to your child, and all these other people in this courtroom get to know, and they're complete strangers. They don't even know your kid, and they get to know all about this. I'm not a fan of that, but
I'm always hoping that when I learn things, I'm learning it second after you, obviously. I've always felt that it's just so unfair if family members hear from the press details that no one had shared with them prior. And it does happen. I mean, it does. It's not a perfect system. But this was a call you had with the coroner, right?
Yes, it was. Yeah, multiple calls. We had more than one.
Did she share any other details?
Yeah, she did share some details, but those are, they have to come out to me and we have to talk about it. And then, so I don't want to say something that was just words on a phone, I'd have to know more details before.
Roommates and shocker involved. I have my theories on this. I guess I'm not even going to want to say it.
At the time was say that Kaylee's and Maddie's didn't match their damage. I wasn't trying to say one had more or one was other. I just was trying to say that they don't match, and I could share that information, but I still wanted to respect the courtroom and respect the process of this. But I'm not going to reward 2.5 years of dragging this on. Eventually you got to just let the truth come out. And, that's part of the reason why I start letting some things come out that I can, because Hippler's definitely opened up the sealed docs at a much better pace that makes you feel like that we'll at least we'll get to this courtroom and have some idea what's going on. We don't have to sit there and get hit with unknowns over and over until you can't even process it anymore. I mean, the whole court process has nothing to do with the parents, has nothing to do with the victims. It's all about the person who did this and their rights. the fastest we want to get.
That's Judge Hitler you're talking about, who's taken over the case from Judge John.
Judge Hitler.
Yeah.
He took it over, and he took it over with vengeance, and he had a mission to get this thing back on track, because realistically, we went 2 years without a schedule. I mean, they would literally be in that courtroom and saying, what do we got to do to get to a schedule? And then they'd say, well, you're going to have to make decisions on the schedule. And then we would leave, and they'd say, well, we're going to have to make a schedule. And so we're not doing that anymore. We got somebody here who can make decisions right there in the courtroom. And I appreciate that. And it's something that we had to have. We had to have somebody come in there and start getting through this and setting some, timeline. So that's a positive. But
I think you mentioned some of the details that the coroner. I had a conversation with the coroner early in the case, and she shared with us that Xana had some very severe defensive wounds. Like Xana had fought very aggressively with this killer.
What are we about to hear? This is wild.
And I think that the coroner may have shared something with you about some of the injuries that Kaylee had, right?
Yeah, she did. And she was struck in the face. Her nose was broken. There was multiple hits from what I've been told, and I'm trying to be careful with my words. But the blows that he sustained, delivered to her, would have killed her.
Really?
Wait.
If the knife wounds hadn't, the blows would have?
Yeah.
Was there any other detail that the coroner shared?
Yeah, there's definitely other details, but I'm going to let them have the opportunity to release that information, because
he's saying the blows Xana had could have basically ended her life. Okay, wait. So on top of Brian Koberger allegedly left no evidence other than on the sheath, and on top of that, all of these defensive wounds, the fact that she was that physically hurt on her face as well, like the no evidence part is quite appalling. Like, now considering those wounds to her nose were so bad. No, those were Kaylee. Oh, Kaylee. His daughter was the one who had is that what he said? I thought it was Xana. I might want to go back and rewind that. That's really intense. Oh, he is? Okay, wait. I want to go back and rewind that, because I need to make sure I hear this right.
Xana had some very severe defensive wounds.
No, they're talking about Xana, I think, right? She just said Xana. Let's see.
And then they'd say, well, you're going to have to make decisions on the schedule. And then we would leave, and they'd say, well, we're going to have to make a schedule. And so we're not doing that anymore. We got somebody here who can make decisions right there in the courtroom. And I appreciate that. And it's something that we had to have. We had to have somebody come in there and start getting through this and setting some, timeline. So
this is terrible.
That's a positive. But
I think you mentioned some of the details that the coroner. I had a conversation with the coroner early in the case, and she shared with us that Xana had some very severe defensive wounds. Like Xana had fought very aggressively with this killer. And I think that the coroner may have shared something with you about some of the injuries that Kaylee had, right?
Yeah, she did. And she was struck in the face. Her nose was broken. There was multiple hits from what I've been told, and I'm trying to be careful with my words. But the blows that he sustained, delivered to her, would have killed her.
Really?
You were right. I was saying,
if the knife wounds hadn't, the blows would have?
Yeah.
Was there any other detail that the coroner shared?
Yeah, there's definitely other details, but
wow.
I'm going to let them have the opportunity to release that information, because I don't want to overstep them. But it sounds like it's about to come out. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, happy Mother's Day.
Anything that you can
Kay.
share
I
that
hope you're
wouldn't
having
compromise
fun.
the case?
Thank you for stopping by.
That's the thing. That's why I always ask for more communication, because it's things like this where we're like, you can tell us a safe thing to bring up, and you can tell us when this stuff's going to come out, or you could just let us figure it out on our own. Because I told him,
Yeah,
you met a father who's not going to.
I agree, Natasha.
I'm not going to remain silent. Not over this. My daughter would expect me to stand up for her, and that's what I'm going to do. And I'll go to jail if that's what it comes down to. If you're going to arrest me because you need me to be silent and think I'm going to protect the guy who killed my kid, I'm never going to protect him. Once I knew that he was guilty, and that wasn't right off the bat. It took me a considerable amount of information and facts before I made a decision that, all right, they got the right guy. And then at that point, it was just, what can I do to help? How can we get this over, get this process started, let people know that the evidence and the facts are there, and then we can just get this done.
Seriously,
There was a time I did have a conversation with you, a couple of conversations.
Defensive wounds, that's insane. No evidence. I'm reading the comments. Yeah, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Yeah, it's so sad, Natasha. Natasha said earlier, Kaylee, I think Maddie was his primary target and Kaylee was on the way, so to speak. And what Ethan was also in the way, like they were in the wrong place. What is it? Wrong place, wrong time in this situation. We only in Melly's cool. Melly After Dark cool. This is just wild. This is wild. This case is so wild.
Conversations.
I'm obsessed.
I'd say like a year ago, where I feel like you really were concerned that he was going to get off. Like you were starting to really question the evidence, the case against him, the case that Ann Taylor was building. Is that accurate to say that you started to really fear?
Yeah, there was fear. There was such a lack of leadership in the courtroom. There was things that were just going
I did hear about
all over the place, and nothing was really getting done. So yeah, I got nervous there. I had insight on things that are still not public. I knew a lot of different things that I just didn't understand why you would hide such strong evidence. And so, you start wondering, is something else going on? Do they just want this case to go away to where, let's just get it out of the community, protect the businesses, and once we're out of the community, we'll make a plea bargain and keep everything sealed.
No, the trial hasn't.
Maybe once the plea bargain's done, some of it comes out, but by then nobody even cares. And that's just a father just trying to struggle with how this process works. And maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was nervous, or just wasting my time worrying about things that weren't going to happen. But I didn't know. I just knew that a case shouldn't be going in the direction that it was going, and I was like, we got to do something. And I feel like it got back, but it took leaving that community, which was something we fought. We wanted to keep it there. So, but in the end, is what was needed.
Let's talk about this detail that you've learned about Brian Kohberger. We were all shocked to see the photograph, the selfie that was snapped just hours after the murders in front of his shower.
Ashley Banfield.
But you've learned what he did after that. What was it?
Yeah, I learned about a tally of some girls that were having conflicts and feeling like he was doing things that were making them very nervous, following them outside of the...
So Brian was being a creep.
the classroom, standing in front of the door, forcing them to go around him, basically forcing interactions. And they were just trying to do everything to avoid him. So how I understand it, they communicated this to management structure there. They said document things. They started documenting that this tally that they put together. And from that,
what is that called? You're saying a tally? What was that?
I thought it was called like the Brian tally is what it was described to me as.
I'm not sure. Is this the place he works?
Yes. This is the classroom in which he's, a teacher aide in,
That's the name of the classroom. I hadn't heard that name before, but that's what this is. So this is basically the classroom where he is working. He's making everybody feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. And the tally is when they went to, I don't know if it was HR, but they went to people in the school and said, hey, I noticed something, this girl knows something, but it's still kind of hearsay. So then they're saying, document it, the time, the place, the things, a witness, those type of things. So they did do that. And that was going on. And that's how we found out that he missed school Monday after taking that photo, where he doesn't look sick to me. But what does that give him? That gives him a whole day to like go over figuring out how they're responding to what he's done. So he could sit there, gloat, and Google search, do the same things we were doing to try to figure out what was going on.
Or continue, if he's the guilty party, continue cleaning up, continue making sure that there's not a trace left.
Well, I hope and I suspect that the searches that he did before the 911 call.
And now we know, right? That just came out in the last few days.
Will do him in. The activities that he did before anyone knew what happened, those will be the final nail in this case.
Well, for a criminology PhD, doesn't seem very smart. I mean, who buys a knife and a sheath and a sharpener online and has it delivered to your parents' house? And who goes after a killing where the sheath is left behind and the murder weapons disposed of to find a replacement knife and sheath online? Who does that?
I think even if you're somewhat intelligent, your human instinct, you start racking your brain, and you started worrying like, what if if the cops knock on my door and say, well, we couldn't help but notice you bought one of these. Where's yours at? You wanted to have one. You want to be like, here it is right here. It's in my fishing tackle box. Some story he was going to make up.
I want to watch that Dateline.
But that makes sense. Just buying it yourself online. I mean, online purchases is 101 in criminology. Who is this guy? How could he possibly be in a PhD program?
Yeah, well, and
he is.
But I've heard that he tried to hide that.
I think he was going to try to do it again.
Card that was given to him. He thought maybe he could avoid the transaction by
unalive someone,
using a gift card and then deleting all of his history and deleting all of the
using
proof
a gift card.
Yeah, it was associated with this count. But
where did you hear that?
There's some documents out there that talk about him deleting his Amazon history.
But the gift card part, where'd that come from?
It's been 2.5 years, to be honest. At the top of my head, I don't know where I heard the gift card. I don't know.
Not sure if it's authorities or if it's just sort of in the reporting sort of ether.
Not even sure. I would definitely not say the authorities, because I don't want to tie their hands to say that they gave me something that isn't an official.
So why? Oh, wait. Somebody, was that you all saying that he was going to try to do it again? Okay, you think that's why he bought another knife, the same exact one? That's why you think he was that he bought it for? I mean, it is a little sus, right? The whole Amazon thing. I don't know. I mean, but people do buy knives all the time. Well, but then they don't, they're not involved with something like this. He was searching for another keyboard. Oh. I just can't believe it. I can't believe her nose was broken. I'm still stuck on that. There must have been
Yeah, definitely
blood
heard
all
about the
over
gift
him?
card. But like I said, I've heard of a lot of things because I've
Man?
had a lot of ears and a lot of eyes, and I did a lot of calls, and I answered a lot of calls, investigated, talked to
That's
WSU
really wild.
employees, talked to UI employees, talked to basically anybody who's willing to help a dad out. And there was a lot of people in the community that were willing to help me.
What else do you know that I don't know? That at this point you're sort of at the leading edge of it, and where the fountain of information is starting to flow. The gag order we are soon to see pretty much gone. The documents are dropping. But what else is it that you know that we don't know?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what everyone knows. I just know that there is other aspects of the case that they want to drop that hammer in the courtroom, and
Oof, this is going to be a wild trial.
that's where
It's
we're
gonna be
at.
insane.
I
Search
can't
the
share
murder
too much,
corner.
but I think it's coming out. I think Hitler's strategy is by the day we go into the courtroom, some percentage probably in his head is going to be out. And I've kind of heard that came from the media pressure. The media themselves, who had a challenge to the gag order, basically said, this is not something that is in law. Like, gag orders are for national security. Gag orders are not usually for an everyday crime in a state. I mean,
Well, they're getting more popular, Steve. And let me tell you, I have been on a tear about the increased use and the broad range of the gags over these cases. And there's always the same excuse. We've got to protect the rights of the defendant. I get that. But if O.J. Simpson could get a verdict of not guilty with the amount of coverage on that case, arguably there's never been another case that's been as highly covered as O.J. And Michael Jackson, same thing. There was a case, and Beretta. I mean, case after case after case, you can say highly publicized cases has still returned not guilty verdicts. So it's hard to convince me that a lot of publication can damage the defendant. Sometimes it can work in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. I believe if you're innocent,
so I'll play it next.
100% helps you. And even if there's not a case that is very strong, the facts, as stuff comes out, you
I really
should be
like
able to
her.
combat it. I don't know what a gag order really does, but to protect somebody who's guilty. I mean, if the facts of the case, as they come out, if those make you look guilty, you want silence. You want to hide it. You want to keep it. You want to keep it out. But most people would just be like, throw them out, and I'll prove them. I'll knock them. I'll knock them out of the park is inaccurate.
Well, the fear is the fear is the poisoning of the jury pool with facts that may not qualify to be entered into evidence in the trial, and yet there they are. They know it anyway because of the media. But I keep going back to OJ. Plenty of things were suppressed in the OJ case, and it was all over the press. Karen Reed is another case. There's a case that is at retrial now, and it is a constant. I mean, there's docuseries, there's dramatic series, there's all sorts of coverage on Karen Reed, and she had a hung jury. So we'll see what happens this time. But I'm not one of those people who believes that a gag order serves American jurisprudence. We pride ourselves on having such a pristine, open, honest, and transparent system of justice in this country that everybody gets a fair defense. And if you're guilty, away you go. But you get your defense, you get your day in court, and that's something we should all be very proud of. But is there a detail? Is there a fact pattern, an area in this case that you got blind spots and you are waiting? It is the specific area that you want resolved the most. Details that you're waiting for the most.
You know what? I've always questioned why there wasn't more warrants on certain things. Things that have came out. I follow the warrants because the warrants kind of, I feel like, are like the cheat code to figuring out where the truth is. When you hear these suspects, but there's no warrant related to them, then you can kind of toss those out. So I've made inquiries on certain things like, why have we not heard a warrant about this?
Yeah, we're going to watch
and maybe
the
accounts for my child, things that I know personally about. So those are just trying to make sure that the case is perfect and everything is right. It's probably just me worrying for no reason, but those are the type of things that I'll ask Shannon to reach out and say, hey, can we make sure that they know about all these accounts and clarify everything.
But there isn't something forensically like I personally keep thinking, how did the killer get out the sliding door of the kitchen, get to the car, get into the car, get to wherever the dumping ground was to get rid of the bloody clothing, the knife, and all the other implements of the crime, and get back to an apartment? And if it's Koberger's apartment, all without leaving a forensic trail that was, a beacon of blinking lights, because that didn't exist. And I keep wondering, what did that killer do to hide those tracks so well?
It's what if
we're going to watch the Macabre in a second.
Because Brian wrote a paper saying how he would go into a crime scene and not leave any evidence in that crime scene.
We did read the crime scene scenario final on one of the lives, so make sure you guys check out the playlist. I have a pretty good playlist.
So I think you just need to read what
Not
he wrote.
Gonna lie.
He wrote exactly.
Yeah, you better be here.
Probably did more. Who knows what he learned in that Reddit post where he interviewed criminals that got caught or got away with different crimes, and I believe he incorporated those into his night of action. So I think he came to that slider, opened it up whatever way he did, left it open, left some things outside at that slider, part of his kit, part of his plastic bag, whatever it was, went in, did his thing, was covered in a Dickie outfit from neck to toe, had this hood thing on that they also got that coming to his house. If you attack this guy, you wouldn't scratch him. You wouldn't be able to get your hands on him. The only place would be his eyes, and gloves on. I think people underestimate if you know what you're doing and you want to go in there and you got a mission and you've been planning it out, you can get into that house. I've seen the models. I've seen the 3D models where they're in and out, sometimes in like 5 minutes. So there's a couple of them depending on the path that they take. But yeah, I mean, when you really watch a timer and you see the amount of time this person's been in the house, he had more than enough time, and then he got right back out. I mean, his door to the slider is the same technique that he used the doors into the room. He just didn't want to touch anything. He went in there with the plan, studied. I mean, he spent years and years.
On the interview, this is Ashley Banfield. She's interviewing Steve Goncalves, who is Kaylee's dad from the Idaho 4 case.
In these classes, just reading and admiring these other killers. And he was basically planning out to do his version of what they did and incorporate what they did and their mistakes and try to be that much better than them. So I think that's what you're going to see. He went in there, had a plan, did what he did, and then he bailed. And he bailed, and he had a shovel in the back car. I would assume that the shovel had something to do with wherever he went. He buried that thing and got rid of that. Maybe he had plastic on the seats. Maybe his trunk was lined with something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Tosses it all in there.
So many chances for evidence. Like, I'm blown away. Now we know Kaylee's nose was broken. So, like, not even one little one little baby drop of blood nowhere. This is insane. Where would he have disposed if he had plastic in his car and the weapon and like gloves and that kind of stuff? Like, where would he have disposed of that when he was out stargazing? He buried it.
And the path that he took, there isn't even street lights. I mean, it's dark roads,
trash or
and nothing but fields, open farm fields that you could drive.
And water, lots of lakes.
Lots of water too. So I don't think
Sitting
once he
in a
got to that
chair.
door, he was gone. He was gone.
Do you think, again, if it's Brian Kohberger, I have to say that because he's got his day in court, he's innocent until proven guilty. But if it's Brian Kohberger, do you think he, or when do you think he chose his victims?
We wonder. Like I honestly, my personal thing is he probably did it in Pennsylvania when he gets the murder weapon. You know, when he sends that to his house, he's made a commitment internally that that's what he's going to do, and that's where he's going. And I think that there's murders out here, you know, in this area, the Northwest, that intrigued him. And
so Brian just killed them all out of what? Rage. He was infuriated by Kaylee's presence in Maddie's room. He's just a cold-blooded murder. Like, did he snap? Was he in love with Maddie? Was he in love with one of them? I mean, was he jealous of them? Did he truly hate them? He was sitting in a chair in the house. I need to watch this Dateline episode ASAP.
Some of them, the people were never caught. You know, there's like a Lewis and Clark.
He's talking about Ted
got
Bundy.
Away with 5. Even killed somebody from U of I.
Which we know now Brian was searching up.
But when do you think he chose this house and these kids?
Good question.
With social media, could have done it long before, but it really comes down to like how in tune he was with. I personally think he was listening to 911 calls. I think he had.
We're gonna watch it next.
Ability to listen to those calls, and
I'm hooked on this case.
He was just being a fly in the wall for a few weeks and figuring out what was going on, where the parties at, where were the girls at, what were things going on, where were the cool, popular kids at.
Or just one of them.
And then he just started
Kaylee
doing his thing and started doing the surveillance.
Or was he in love with
driving around like at least 23 different times. He was driving around a dead end road. You know, and you can say he was shopping, but yeah, good luck trying to convince us all that you were out shopping it.
Have you heard any information that he was driving around any other homes? The number of times that he was driving around 1122 King Road? Like, did they have police ever said, we've discovered other surveillance where he spent an inordinate amount of time around another house or another location?
No, they have said that he spent an enormous amount of time around that address. And I think maybe that's what they were trying to say when they said this was targeted. And I feel like...
Wait, what do you mean? Like he was in love with
those were weird words to use. It made it sound like the kids were involved in something that made him targeted and started a bunch of rumors. But I think it was targeted because they were doing... that cast system and that dump.
He's referring to everybody saying that it was like that drugs were involved and we don't have facts of that, so we're not going to even go there. That a woman who was Maddie's boss, right? There's no facts of that. They had a woman who was Maddie's boss at some shop, and she would model. She would model for Brian. Oh, you mean
how many people were in that area that really weren't supposed to be there? They could see normal traffic, normal like roommates and people that were supposed to be in those apartments, and then they could start seeing, okay, this is somebody that's leaving, coming across the state line at a really unusual time, and they started, it's a process of elimination. Who's in this area during these late nights that might not belong here, and I think that's what they're going to show. And I think they're going to show an extensive, like sometimes minute by minute timeline where they know exactly where he was at, and they correlate that with cell phone activity with the girls, what they were doing, where they were at. People, that cast system for all those girls has all been there. The only records that were missing were for the person who turned their phone off, which, again, who turns their phone off at 3 a.m. in a college town
to go
I don't even-
stargazing.
to go start. And
Yeah.
like we said, where's your stargazing app? You know, if you're out there, you got this this app that identifies these stars that you're staring at. Don't play us like fools. Don't just expect us to think you're just walking around clicking at the sky.
Well, that's when the reasonable nature of a juror comes in, right? Like, what's reasonable to you? Is that reasonable? You know, does that really sound like your gut feels good about that? And jurors are usually pretty good at that stuff. Let me go back to something you mentioned about.
Where's your stargazing?
You said someone reached out to you.
I have the moon app.
Taken one of Brian Koberger's Reddit questionnaires. Is that true?
Yeah.
Drop some
Talk to me about
in
that.
the chat if you have the star app.
We actually got a letter on that one, and then in the letter was a number to call. This individual said that they had been called. They got the Reddit.
Dude, Natasha, I was all over the social media partying my ass off in high school. Pretty much all the way through college. Breaks my heart for them. I remember being their ages during college and making dumb decisions. Yeah, we all, girl, don't even get me started on the dumb decisions. We should do like, oh, I have an idea. Some of you trolls might like the live I'm thinking about. Whoa. What does that mean? I have the Star Walk or whatever it's called. Oh, thank you. 18 God.
Somebody called to survey them on crimes, and he was like, I felt like I was getting set up by the cops. So I was just like, I answered it kind of like over the top.
You can talk about the dumb shit I've done.
I kind of embellished some stuff, kind of pulling the cop's leg, hung up. This guy calls me back a couple days later, and we start talking again. And he goes, and I start feeling like
a deep dive into MELLY,
enjoying how I was describing how I was getting away with, like how I selected my victims. And he said, so I told him, you know, I knew these neighborhoods that had a lot of money, and somebody might drink a little too much wine. Somebody might make a call to 911 over a noise complaint.
Somebody might drink too many buzz
Somebody
balls.
goes to jail. And when that male went to jail, I'd go to that house, surveil it. And if it looked like there was somebody in that house that was passed out, I would go rob that house. And that's how he picked his
chill out,
his victims, I would say. And he would rob them from jewelry, and I don't know what you do nowadays. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe cash or something. But he would rob them. He said that Brian seemed to enjoy his story, called him a couple of times. He said he was so odd about it that when this case came forward,
hey, Lisa,
he was like, I know exactly what this is about. I'm going to reach out, and maybe he's pulling my leg. There's been plenty of people who have sent us stuff that weren't accurate, but
nicely, so
it always stuck with me. It already stuck. There's certain things that stick with you,
and you shall receive.
That one was one of them, and there's other stuff that we've.
I don't play those
other letters that we've given back to the prosecution and said we don't even know what to do with this, and they've taken it. So
that was my next question. You shared that with prosecutors. They were interested to hear from these people.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes from there, but yeah, we've definitely given them the letters, and it's kind of a.
Good to see you, Liv.
Kind of like it just seems like it's a dead end. You never hear again. I was hoping I'd get my letter back, but no, we never got anything back, and I've never seen anything like that.
Are you coming
list
to me?
Of evidence? So it probably turned out to be nothing.
Interesting. How are you doing?
I mean,
that. We're 2.5 years. We're down the final stretch here, Steve. You're only a couple months.
I just want to give Steve Goncalves a big freaking hug. Never. Just call MELLY Jeannie and a buzzball. Yeah. I'm being good tonight. I'm like, I better slow down on them buzz balls right off the bat and like ease into it. You know what I mean? Because I'd be up here talking some
months away from jury selection.
It's a new feeling to know that you're coming to the end.
It's all true. It's all facts.
It's been 2 years of your life, over 2 years of your life. And,
So
trying to think
where?
like, what should we do as a family? Should we go on a vacation? Should we do something? Like, how do you have a next day of your life when your life's been invested and so dedicated to one thing? And it's not just me and my
I
Kaylee's
didn't
sisters
know
are
what I was
super
on.
dedicated, and everybody's worked on this case, and then like you can't let your mind go. So yeah, we're trying to figure out something, but we have to start planning now that it sounds like some subpoenas went out, and I would
Ooh,
think
people are getting subpoenaed and everything. Oh, this is getting
if they're going through
crazy.
that, the trial is going to happen when it's
What
supposed to be happening.
the
And
heck?
Who got subpoenaed?
I can't say who got subpoenaed, but
Like family members?
some people got subpoenaed, and they basically told them they need to be available for court.
Torta.
So I think if that came out, then we're going to be sticking to the schedule that Hitler's put out, and that's what I really appreciate, because we've got a lot of money invested in where we're going to stay, and we were well informed by media that there was going to be a rush for houses that would be large enough for my family, and so we got that. So hopefully, we can.
I really wish like some company or something could like house them for the trial. That sucks. That's so sad. They can't even like show up to the courtroom in peace. First of all, they're like 8 hours away or something like that. A whole another city.
Show up and everything happens on
They
schedule.
can't even all be there together. Like,
we're not jerked around
so
anymore.
sad.
But some people are trying to say that they need more time, even though they've taken more cases on, and they should have never done anything like that after they strung us all across the state of Idaho.
Yeah.
And now
But you know that subpoenas have gone out. That means that there are dates that they're looking more likely they're going to lock in.
Yep. And that's what I got looking forward to. So
good to see you, Torta.
Maybe I shouldn't look forward to it, because once we go to court, who knows what that's going to look like. But
it's the end of the tunnel, and it's been a long, dark tunnel, that's for sure. And you deserve to be out of it. You all deserve to be out of it. But I agree. I don't know what the answer is. What's on the other side for you and your family? This has been you've had a new identity for the last 2.5 years. What will it be after?
Yeah, and I've told people before, but my wife and my daughter, Kaylee and Maddie, they all love that true crime stuff. And I always thought to my back of my head, like, I ain't going to get caught watching any of that stuff.
I saw my mom today.
That's somebody's real family. That's somebody's real dad, or somebody's
real
mom.
That's why I didn't stream during the day.
Wife, and lo and behold, it happens to me. So
one thing I will say, at CrimeCon, I had a real epiphany from John Benet.
Okay, I'm going to stop this one because I want to watch the next Banfield. It's only like 19 minutes. Shout out to you guys for hanging out. It's 10 p.m. in California. Yeah, Kaylee's mom says she's terrified to let her go. Oh, Banfield talks about the new Dateline. I need to find this. Can we stream that without being copyrighted? I need to watch this ASAP. ASAP Rocky.
You knew everything about Brian Kohberger and the Idaho student murders.
I did. Yeah, I got to spend time with my mom.
Because the Dateline NBC episode that
spoiled her. I took her out. I took her to get her nails done. I got her a drink. I bought her perfume. I got her a gift card. Yeah, it was nice. That's why I didn't stream during the day.
This is
the
one with Keith Morrison. It is not a rehash. It is not a recap. It is a veritable avalanche of brand new, jaw-dropping reporting, and I am going to walk you through all of it. And just FYI, this is not a full recap of the Dateline special, just the brand new details that stood out in the special.
Wait, is this going to tell me everything before I even watch it? Okay, that's fine. I need to know.
Starting with something from the summer of 2022.
I really need
NBC
to see this.
reports
Is
that
it?
right
It's
after
on
Brian
Peacock, I
Kohberger
heard,
left Pennsylvania
but not on
and moved
YouTube.
into his new apartment at Washington State University, he was invited to a pool party by a neighbor. And that sounds normal enough. But according to a woman named Holly, who was also at that party, things got pretty weird pretty fast. According to Dateline, Holly says that Brian Kohberger seemed awkward at the party, that he didn't seem to know
Yes,
anybody.
happy Mother's Day
And
to all
she
the
could
moms.
tell that he was trying to put himself out there. And Holly felt, charitable, obligated to talk to him. And then Kohberger put his cell phone number into her cell phone contacts and texted himself from her phone. She later texted back just her name, Holly.
I've had someone do that to me, and ooh, pay attention, Melly. Okay, I'm paying attention.
Same pool party, a witness says he saw Kohberger
He's such a weirdo.
fixated
He's a
on two
freaking
women
predator.
in bikinis. One of them was married and gave her husband one of those nonverbal signals like, rescue me. We all know them, right? The same witness says that Kohberger didn't seem to get the message or ignored it outright, and that he brushed the husband off and sat down at the edge of the pool, even closer to the women. The day after the pool party, July 10th, NBC reports that Holly got a text from Brian Kohberger. It said, "Hey, I'm pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoy that activity, so please let me know. Thanks." Holly told Dateline she thought it was robotic and awkward and strange, and that it was just not the kind of normal language that people would use, and ultimately she just never responded. We also heard about a man who was DJing that same pool party, who said he ran into Brian Kohberger later on. The DJ was with some friends when he saw Kohberger hiking on the Kaniak Butte, a popular trail about 15 miles outside of Pullman, Washington. The DJ said that this run-in was near nightfall and that Kohberger was hiking uphill in the dark, all alone. The group thought that it was odd, especially that late in the evening. According to Dateline, the DJ said that Kohberger walked right up to his group as though they were old friends, but the group didn't recognize him. Now, jump forward to August 16th, 6 weeks after moving to Washington State University. That's when Brian Kohberger allegedly went on a Google spree. Dateline says he searched for the words Ted Bundy, but he misspelled it as Ted H7NDY. The letters are very close together, so you can see that it was an effort to say Bundy. And then he allegedly searched for the name of one of his professors and then downloaded a paper that professor had written. And the title of the paper? Ted Bundy on the Malignant Being, an Analysis.
I'm shook. He's obsessed with Ted Bundy?
Of the Justificatory Discourse of a Serial Killer by
She's drinking
Amelie
Modelo.
Then came August 21st,
Yes.
5 days after that Bundy search, when Kohberger got a traffic ticket near to 1122 King Road. And 5 days after that, on August 26th, he Googled, "When can a cop detain you?" In September, a Korean woman with whom Kohberger shared an office at WSU, somebody Dateline described as one of the only friends that Brian Kohberger had, she shared with NBC that she believed someone had broken into her apartment because her stuff was rearranged weird. A cake that she had...
You, the show on Netflix, You, Joe, I feel like, is that kind of how Brian Kohberger
baked, was found in the microwave. Items in her bathroom were lined up in an odd way. And 2 of her things were missing, a watch and a letter. A letter. Not a lot of value for just a old-fashioned burglar to steal a letter. But that was what was gone, a watch and a letter.
A letter?
Later on, this same woman told the police that before that break-in had happened, she'd lost her apartment key. She said she kept the key in a specific drawer in her office, the same office that she shared with Brian Kohberger. A few hours after she noticed that it was missing, the key mysteriously reappeared. So feeling unsafe after the break-in, Dateline reports that she went to Kohberger's apartment seeking his help. Remember, she thinks they're friendly, close even. And now looking back on things, she wonders if he was the one who broke into her apartment in the first place and did all those very strange things. Dateline also reported that this same woman actually had a romantic interest in Brian Kohberger. And that when she said something to the effect of, hey, I'd like something more with you, Brian Kohberger apparently got cold feet and began to distance himself. The woman said it was actually upsetting. NBC News reports that on September 30th.
Did I just hear that right? That somebody liked Brian Kohberger?
Kohberger Googled sociopathic traits in college student. Then, according to NBC, things ramp up again. October 4th, 6:12 a.m., Kohberger is all over social media, searching women at WSU, Washington State University, and the University of Idaho, too. October 5th, 3:29 a.m., more searches of women. October 9th, 2:15 a.m. He Googles explicit terms related to pornography, like forced, passed out, drugged, sleeping. October 19th, 5:37 a.m.
He's a sexual sadist as well. And an incel.
Another search. Can psychopath behave prosocially? In the Dateline episode, there were a number of new blurry selfies of Brian Kohberger on his own phone. Keith Morrison said the photos were resized for quality, but otherwise unchanged.
So he's Brian like Ted Bundy and Rex.
Black hoodies,
combined,
sometimes wearing 2 layers
of black
clothing,
Long Island.
Different poses, different outfits. He also had screenshots of various Instagram profiles saved as pictures to his phone. The screenshots were photos of young women, blondes, brunettes from both WSU and University of Idaho. According to Dateline, some of the people whose social media was saved onto Kohberger's phone were either close friends or social media followers of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, and Xana Kernodle. One criminal profiler told Dateline
he was obsessed with the Idaho 4. He was obsessed.
That those images, quote,
or at least
his
the girls.
fantasies.
I don't know.
And that ultimately, allegedly, filled his fantasies. And then on the night of the murders, November 13th, Dateline showed never-before-seen surveillance video that captured a white car making multiple passes in front of the house at 1122 King Road, all captured on camera at these times: 3:30 a.m., 3:33 a.m., 3:38 a.m., 3:40 a.m., 3:56 a.m., 3:58 a.m. And then at 4:20 a.m., the white car speeds away. In the footage, you can hear what seems to be the white car's engine revving up. Here's what else is new. At 6:17 a.m., not even 2 full hours after the white car was seen on surveillance, leaving 1122 King Road, Dateline reports that Brian Kohberger makes a 36-minute phone call to a number on his father's family plan. And apparently every family member had a phone registered to Brian Kohberger's dad.
Wait, so what does that mean? That he was talking to someone in the family? Oh my God, what's going on?
It was the first of three calls to numbers registered to his dad that morning. And the longest call, that lasted 54 minutes. And then, as we know, at 10:31 a.m., He takes that now infamous selfie in what looks like a bathroom.
Who's helping him cover it up? Is it like Stephen Stern's pig vomit, disgusting predator, child predator, where his mom enabled him his whole life? To everyone in the family? What would you be calling your family that much for? Everyone in your family. That is crazy. That's my question too, Melly. I'm shook.
Smiling, seemingly very pleased and seemingly freshly showered. Keith Morrison described that once police were called and arrived at 1122 King Road that morning, they found Xana Kernodle in a massive pool of blood. They found Ethan Chapin, according to NBC.
Brian Laundrie type of thing. Yeah, Stephen Stern's Brian Laundrie.
And then there's what Dateline revealed about the crime scene itself. They say Xana may have heard something upstairs on the third floor and maybe even gone to check on Kaylee and Maddie up there. According to NBC sources, Xana was likely chased back downstairs to the second floor, possibly the moment that Brian Kohberger, if he's the killer, dropped or left behind that knife sheath. The fight that followed in
people were what? And that's maybe when he left the knife
Xana's
sheath?
room, according to Dateline, was brutal. So brutal that investigators found a blood-stained chair, suggesting that the killer either sat down or brushed against it during the attack. And then, as for Ethan...
And left no evidence anywhere but the knife sheath. The math is not mathin'. This is crazy.
Dateline again with some astounding information. They report that one of Ethan's wounds pierced an artery and that his legs were, quote, carved. Their words, carved. I have to just jump in here for a moment because unless we learn something earth-shattering.
Like he carved something into his legs? Like, what? Of course it was one of his arteries. You were
about
right,
the forensics at trial. It is hard to imagine what forensic information could lead any investigator to have a theory that Xana left her room with Ethan, went all the way down her hall, turned right and up the stairs to the third floor, only to come running back down without screaming so loud that at least Dylan would hear because she'd run right past Dylan's door and then down the hall back to her room. There's nothing so far in anything that we've seen in any of the court documents or affidavits or police documents to suggest this forensically could have happened. But Dateline says the source.
Like not even one little centimeter of evidence got onto the walls when he was chasing them on the stairs I mean, this is insane.
Or says this is what is possible.
That
Xana may have run back down to her room and then met this extraordinary, violent death. And that Ethan, his death, was on the bed. And Dateline also aired some chilling audio captured at 4:17 a.m. A faint whimper followed by a loud thud. Presumably, this audio was captured by a neighbor's ring cam or door cam or surveillance camera. And we know that the neighbor off to the left of the King Road house, if you're looking out from the house, had such a surveillance system set up. If you see on this overhead view, the red circle is where the King Road house used to stand before it was knocked down. And it faced outward towards Queen Road.
Wait,
To the
I
left
need
of
to
it,
hear
you can
that
see
again.
one
Sorry, I need to
you're
go back.
looking out from the house or surveillance camera. And we know that the neighbor off to the left of the King Road house, if you're looking out from the
Hey,
house,
Kelly.
had such a surveillance system set up. If you see on this overhead view,
I don't hear
the
anything
red
there.
circle is where the King Road house used to stand before it was knocked down, and it faced outward towards Queen Road. To the left of it, you can see 1112 and that little white staircase. That's the view that you're seeing from the Dateline surveillance camera that captures the car.
What, are you
And you
leaving
can
now?
also see that it points out towards King Road, clearly on the opposite side of the house from the home where the 4 students were murdered. It's possible that the same camera that caught the white car driving up King Road and taking a right on Queen Road was the camera that captured the audio clear behind the house next door where those 4 students lived. The audio of the faint whimper, the loud thud, and the dog barking. And then Maddie and Kaylee.
Yeah, I know. I like Ashley Banfield. Good night, Torta Pounder. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Shout out to everyone who's here too, hanging out. It's almost 11 o'clock in California. I know it's probably late where you guys are at. Shout out to all the moms. Yeah, no, I tried to look for it prior to coming on the live. I didn't find it, so I don't want to get stricken by YouTube. YouTube, don't come for me because I'm copywriting something. I don't know if someone else has it, but I guess I'll patiently wait. Hey, K-Breeze.
Were found
I'll
together,
watch it tonight,
as
though.
has been reported before,
Or tomorrow. Is it on Peacock?
stabbed to death in the same bed on the 3rd floor. 3 days later, November 16th, 9:16 a.m., Brian Koberger Googles University of Idaho murders. That same day, police held their first press conference. And then 2 days later, November 18th, 12:16 a.m., Dateline reports that Brian Koberger was watching a specific video on YouTube. The thumbnail of that video says, "The Perfect Killing Machine, Ted Bundy, Serial Killer, Unsolved No More." Dateline says for 6 weeks.
Yeah, these searches are going to play on the jury.
Between the murder and his arrest, Koberger watched even more YouTube videos about the murders.
I think you said that earlier.
King
My bad,
Road,
Natasha. Thank you.
almost appearing as though he was
I don't have
collecting
Peacock.
coverage. And here's where things really made my skin crawl. Welcome back. The eyes of the nation are on the Idaho quadruple murders.
And over the next 6 weeks, records show, photos and videos and news updates about the King Road murders were viewed or saved.
Apparently, my own coverage of this case made a cameo appearance. I'm not sure if Dateline is saying absolutely that one of the files that Brian Koberger was watching was me and my coverage, but I have often wondered, as we're on the lookout for a killer who is unknown until he or she is known.
Wow.
Is that killer watching television to try to stay one step ahead? Is that killer watching television because they obsess over their own handiwork? But God forbid the thought.
Ashley Banfield I love her, but she's like, I was clipped and Brian Koberger was watching me. I kind of love her for that. I'm not going to lie. Just think if there's no DNA on the knife she's at the scene with all this, still feel the same. He could have definitely got away with it if he had been more intelligent. Oh, thanks, Natasha. I appreciate that.
That Brian Koberger might have been watching my work on an even semi-regular basis before his capture. It makes me terrified. it makes me terrified, because if he is the killer, what else would he have fantasized about? Who else would he have
Not
fantasized
you,
about?
Ashley. Trust me, girl. I don't think he was thinking about unaliving
And then
it.
Dateline showed a collage of several YouTube videos from my network, News Nation, and the Law and Crime Network, and a number of other true crime channels on YouTube. NBC never said how many videos Brian Koberger reportedly watched, but what they showed on the screen looked like someone flipping through a deck of cards, except if the cards were all different
I want to know
videos
what he was watching.
about the murders on King Road. You will probably remember in the early hours of December 30th,
She's
police
funny.
raided the Koberger home. And then new
What a
information,
creep
again
in
from
that
NBC,
picture.
at 11.
What the? He looks like freaking, you know, the girl from The Ring, like without the hair.
Were all different videos about the murders on King Road. You will probably remember in the early hours of December 30th, police raided the Koberger home. And then new information, again from NBC,
Oh my God.
at 11:53 p.m. on December
I'm
29th, just
scared.
hours before his arrest. He listened apparently to a slowed down version of a Britney Spears song. The lyrics saying, quote, "He is a killer just for fun, fun, fun. He's got no conscience. He's got none, none, none."
He is a killer just for fun.
Can someone? This is not Britney Spears. Can someone? This is not Britney. What?
He's got no conscience. He got none.
No way.
None.
When he was
No
arrested,
way.
he was wearing a black hoodie, rubber gloves, and handling a plastic bag in the middle of the night. My colleague at News Nation, Brian
Maybe
Enton,
Brian was watching
was
me.
the first and only person
Just
on the
kidding.
scene before the sun came up, literally
Okay,
within hours.
that's not a Britney Spears song. I have seen Britney Spears slow motion Britney. No, I've seen Britney Spears in concert a total of 4 times. I think I would know. What song was that? What Britney song was that? Let's go back. Like, I've never heard this song. Where's Britney's voice?
He got none. None. None.
When he was arrested, he was wearing a black hoodie, rubber
I was
gloves,
just,
and handling a plastic bag in the middle of the night.
hey, it
My
was in high
colleague at News
school.
Nation,
Don't come for
Brian
me.
Enton, was the first and only person on the scene before the sun came up, literally within hours of all of this happening.
It was a cover.
And he showed us the
Oh,
smashed
okay.
glass and the broken front door where the SWAT team had to force their way into the family home.
It was a cover. Okay, yeah. Little details matter. Thank you very much. I think it's Criminal. Britney's song Criminal. Oh yeah, so Priya just said that. Okay. All right, don't come for me. Fine, it was a Britney song. All right,
home.
here we go.
Freelance writer Howard Bloom reported
need another drink.
Koberger's parents were zip-tied. And once Brian himself was in the back of the police patrol car, he allegedly told the officer, quote, "Maybe we should get a cup
Okay,
of
thank
coffee
you, Heidi.
after it's over." That according to NBC. If you have not yet seen this Dateline special report, run, don't walk, and make sure you watch it. Keith Morrison
Ashley, I'm gonna run
lays everything out.
to get another
And the
drink.
case just keeps
Don't
getting
you move
darker.
alone.
If this is
You
just
do, I'm
the
gonna
beginning
spank you
of
all.
the
Just
evidence
kidding.
that
Chill out.
prosecutors are sitting on, my God, buckle up. Love to know what you thought of Dateline's special tonight and what you thought of this episode as well. Please drop a line in the comments on YouTube.
Run, don't walk, really. That's funny. Okay. Enough Brian Koberger for tonight. We're gonna watch. Okay, Epstein. Virginia Giuffre. Is that her name? What do you guys think about that? I'm gonna play some buzzballs. Those dead eyes. He looks like a demon. It absolutely was Brian Koberger. We're gonna play Yes, I'm deep diving this. So Virginia Giuffre allegedly unalived herself, which I don't buy it. Okay, well maybe she did, but I think that the Epstein crew or somebody else was after her. I don't believe. Yes, agreed. Okay. We're gonna watch a clip. We're gonna watch 2 clips about Virginia Giuffre or Giuffre. I'm not sure how to say that. I'm sorry. She was one of the Epstein victims that was speaking out and exposing everyone. She's the one who got paid by the prince, the perverted prince, in a lawsuit, in a settlement. Allegedly, she unalived herself, but I don't know if I believe that. Someone that went through much and stood up for so many other people just gave up. Really? She said herself, though, in an interview, she was like, if I ever unalive myself, don't believe it. And there's been other victims involved in this case that have also unalived themselves. Is that a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences in life. I really don't. Okay, let's see. We're going to watch 2 clips of her, and then we're going to watch Virginia's dad. He gives like a little interview. This is a really sad situation. She did experience a lot in her life. I'm not knocking that. It's probably could be totally possible that she did it, but she said herself that she wasn't going to do that. So I question
Virginia Giuffre, the vocal and visible accuser of Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew, and Ghislaine Maxwell, was found dead at her home in Australia over the weekend. Some, including her own father, have reportedly questioned how Virginia died. And now we're diving into her own words and what they mean about her life and what she was going through when she passed away. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. We just got some new information in about Virginia Giuffre, now days after she was found dead at her home in Australia. Her sister made this Facebook post that includes a picture of a journal entry that Virginia made, and we'll dive into why it's important in just a moment. This post comes as so many people are coming to grips with the reality that Giuffre has passed away weeks after it came to light that she was in the middle of a custody dispute with her now estranged husband and was involved in a mysterious bus accident that put her in the hospital. On April 25th, Giuffre was found dead at her home outside Perth, Australia. Giuffre was American, but she moved to Australia in 2020 with her husband. The couple had 3 children, all teenagers. Giuffre and her husband had been in the middle of a custody dispute at the time of her death. There are some people who are close to Virginia Giuffre who have raised questions about how she died. For example, her dad told TMZ that he wants a deeper investigation by Australian authorities. He points to social media posts like this one from 2019, where his daughter writes, quote, "I am making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal. I have made this known to my therapist and GP. If something happens to me, in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me to protect them. Too many evil people want to see me quieted." Giuffre's lawyer also spoke
Okay, I missed that, and that's
He
the part I
points
was
to
talking about, so I'm rewinding it.
time of her death. There are some people who are close to Virginia Giuffre who have raised questions about how she died. For example, her dad told TMZ that he wants a deeper investigation by Australian authorities. He points to social media posts like this one from 2019, where his daughter writes, quote, "I am making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal. I have made this known to my therapist and GP. If something happens to me, in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me to protect them. Too many evil people want to see me quieted." Giuffre's lawyer also spoke to UK media outlet The Sun and said, quote, "When I got the call, I was like, are you joking? Because there was no sign that that was something she was considering." Giuffre is one of, if not the most well-known accuser of Jeffrey Epstein. She claims that Epstein trafficked her when she was a minor. She also accused Prince Andrew of Britain's royal family of having sex with her when she was underage at 17 years old. This is the now infamous picture that was included in her lawsuit.
Prince Andrew, this is why you paid her millions of dollars. This picture says everything. I always was so disgusted by this picture. This is so bad.
Against the prince. It shows Giuffre and Prince Andrew and convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell smiling at the camera in the background. Prince Andrew and Giuffre settled out of court in 2022 after she sued Andrew the year prior. It has never been made public how much money Andrew gave Giuffre to settle those claims, but we'll talk about the circumstance that could finally bring that number to light in just a moment. Prince Andrew has denied sleeping with Giuffre. In fact, he's denied ever meeting her. In a now infamous 2019 interview with the BBC, he said this about Virginia Giuffre when she accused him of having sex with her in 2001 in London.
This interview.
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady. None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her?
No.
Giuffre had claimed that the prince bought her drinks and they dined together and they danced together at a posh, members-only nightclub in London.
Well, maybe you don't remember because look at her in the picture. I'm shook. We're going to deep
Prince Andrew said he never spent time with Giuffre, and he claimed that on the date that she claimed that they were together, he was actually with his kids. And he went on to say that he didn't know where the bar was at that nightclub because he doesn't drink. And in what was an infamous moment as part of this infamous interview, Andrew disputed the phrase,
just because you don't drink doesn't mean you can't be a predator and vice versa. Prince.
Description of him profusely sweating. He said this to the BBC in that 2019 sit-down interview.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time.
Giuffre claimed that she met the prince through Ghislaine Maxwell. The former socialite is now a convicted sex offender. She is living a much different life these days. Here's her mugshot from 2022 at the Metro Detention Center in New York. She is currently serving 20 years in prison on 5 sex trafficking charges related to the now
all of a sudden he has a condition where he doesn't produce body.
Here, Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein, of course, died in his jail cell in 2019 after he was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges. The medical examiner said he hung himself. But of course, there have been questions surrounding Epstein's death and whether that...
I don't know if I believe that Epstein hung himself, and I don't know that I believe Aaron Hernandez hung himself either.
Actually happened. But Epstein's death isn't the only one that has raised questions and brought even more attention to this story. Giuffre now joins a tragic list of people associated with the late financier. According to Fox News, Virginia Giuffre is the third accuser of Jeffrey Epstein to die. But in life, Virginia Giuffre was not afraid to speak
of Epstein to dying. No. It's something that is not. That's why I am saying I don't believe this was an accident or she did it on purpose. He's a pervert, that prince. It is sus. I don't believe Epstein unalived himself for sex. Thank you. Thank you. I don't believe it either. Absolutely not. I think he was, maybe people were scared, like the prince, that Epstein was, or somebody was worried about what Epstein still knew while he was alive. I know you did. I know. 3 other accusers have died, and now it's the 4th with Virginia. No.
To this story. Giuffre now joins a tragic list of people associated with the late financier. According to Fox News, Virginia Giuffre is the third accuser of Jeffrey Epstein to die. But in life, Virginia Giuffre was not afraid to speak her mind, to first accuse people powerful and the people connected to the powerful like Prince Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein. Giuffre told CBS News this in 2020 about Maxwell.
She is a monster. She's worse than Epstein. She did things even worse than Epstein did.
In the wake of Giuffre's allegations and the out-of-court settlement, Prince Andrew resigned from public roles with the royal family in 2020. His mom, Queen Elizabeth, stripped Andrew of his royal and military titles in 2022 before she died later that year. Virginia Giuffre has been hailed by her supporters as a fighter for people who have survived sexual violence. Giuffre's sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, posted this journal entry she says Giuffre made on Facebook. You can see it is handwritten. First, I'll start with what Amanda said. Quote, while spending time with family and celebrating our sister, we were going through journal entries that Virginia had written over the years and stumbled upon this quote and thought it was a beautiful moment to share with you all. Survivors should know that she's with you and her voice will not be silenced. I know that it's so important, and her wish is that we continue to fight. And in Virginia's handwritten note, she says, quote, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers need to show the battle lines are drawn and stand together to fight for the future of victims. Is protesting the answer? I don't know, but we've got to start somewhere. Roberts told People that over the last months of Giuffre's life, she was full of pain, saying, quote, over the last couple of months, I had some very, very, very deep conversations with her and was trying to encourage her. Much of the pain that Giuffre dealt with in the final months of her life appear to be related to some of the issues she was having with her now estranged husband.
That's really sad. I mean, as much as I don't think that she did that, what she went through, yeah, that's a lot of trauma.
Robert Giuffre. We started to get more of a glimpse into the challenges that Virginia Giuffre was having living in Australia on March 30th of this year when she posted this image with the caption saying she had just 4 days to live. Now, we had to blur some of the images in this picture due to YouTube policies, but in that photo, you can see the bruising that is all over her face and her chest, and she's sitting in what appears to be a hospital bed. The caption is 174 words, and it brought her story back to the headlines. It read, quote, this year has been the worst start to a new year, but I won't bore anyone with the details, but I think it's important to note that when a school bus driver comes at you driving 110 kilometers, as we were slowing for a turn, that no matter what your car is made of, it might as well be a tin can. I've gone into kidney renal failure. They've given me 4 days to live, transferring me to a specialist hospital in urology. I'm ready to go, not until I see my babies one last time. But you know what they say about wishes. Bleep in one hand and wish in the other. I guarantee it's still going to be bleep at the end of the day. Thank you all for being wonderful people of the world and for being a great part of my life. God bless you all, XX Virginia. When Virginia Giuffre made that post, it quickly went viral. She had said she had just days to live. So many people were questioning how this could happen, how all of it could be so sudden. Her spokesperson released a statement to People shortly after offering some clarification. That statement said, quote, Virginia thanks everyone for the outpouring of love and support. She is overwhelmed with gratitude. Today, she remains in serious condition while receiving medical care. On March 24th, in rural Western Australia, a school bus hit the car in which she was riding. The police were called, but said that there was no one available to come to the scene. They asked if anyone was injured and suggested that if they were, they should make their way to the hospital. Giuffre's statement then goes on to say that she actually didn't mean to post this caption saying that she had 4 days to live publicly. Instead, it was meant for a private Facebook group. Australian police have told media outlets that no one was reported injured in that crash, and the car involved sustained roughly $2,000 in damage. And the bus driver had reported the incident the next day. In the wake of that story about the bus crash, a lot came to light related to Virginia Giuffre's custody battle and her arrangements with her estranged husband, Robert Giuffre. According to People, Robert hit Virginia with a restraining order in February that prevented her from seeing their 3 children. Robert also accused Virginia of violating that order. Virginia accused Robert of physical abuse. Sky News in the United Kingdom says the couple separated in 2023.
My heart goes out to her. It sounds like she was going through a lot.
Robert's attorney had no comment for People. As for the man that Virginia Giuffre accused of sexual misconduct, Prince Andrew, he has yet to comment on her death. According to GB News, Giuffre's death, though, continues to have an impact on the reputation of the royal family. Royal commentator Charlotte Griffiths says that Andrew is seen as a, quote, unsolvable problem, and says that Prince William, next in line to be king after his father Charles, won't be seen anywhere near his uncle. GB News also writes, in the wake of Giuffre's death, there was an emergency meeting between King Charles and Prince William. As we said, it's unclear how much money Prince Andrew paid Giuffre to settle out of court in October 2022. The British media outlet The Sun writes that there could be a battle in court between Virginia's estranged husband, Robert, and her family in the United States over who would get the potentially millions of dollars left of the settlement from Prince Andrew. Not only could that create a court case that could go on for some time, but it also could be a proceeding that would allow us to finally learn how much money Prince Andrew actually paid Virginia Giuffre. So
he paid her probably a shit ton of money. I don't think she accidentally posted, but nothing wrong with wanting a little attention when going through what she was hard to write. Yeah, I don't think she accidentally posted that either.
His case wouldn't be heard in court. It's important to note that when talking about money and where it would go in the wake of someone's death, Virginia and Robert were estranged. They weren't divorced. As we've been saying, it took a lot of courage for Virginia Giuffre to come forward and accuse the people that she did, members of the world's most powerful elite. And there is one example that we have been following of why it can be so difficult for victims of sexual abuse to come forward. And it is the words on social media from one of Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriends. Her name is Victoria Hervey. She's a model and socialite. And when you look at her Instagram, you can see she has a playlist of story posts attacking Giuffre since that bus crash in March. One of them reads, "The pain caused by her lies, destroying lives and tearing families apart, all for money, is no small thing. She has a lot to answer for. I call this divine judgment by God. People often say karma has a way of catching up." And quote, as Ghislaine Maxwell put it, Virginia is a fantasist. That post clearly showing that she supports Maxwell, now a convicted sex offender serving 20 years in U.S. prison. Here's that picture once again showing Maxwell in the back.
That is a foul.
The infamous photo of Giuffre and Prince Andrew.
Well,
but even after Giuffre died, Hervey continues to post like she did here with this headline from an Australian media outlet that just writes, karma. Giuffre's family did release an official statement after her death saying that Virginia took her own life, but it's still unclear, and perhaps it will always be unclear, whether her death was an intentional act. In the wake of Giuffre's death, I spoke with civil trial attorney David Ring. He spent years not just following this case and everything associated with Jeffrey Epstein, as so many of us have, but by defending people who are victims of sexual assault. And I asked him about the importance that Giuffre played in helping others who have survived sexual trauma, and why the story surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, years after his death, continues to attract so much attention.
She wasn't just a voice. I mean, she was a key piece of evidence in some of the cases that were brought forward. For people who may not, you obviously remember the Jeffrey Epstein case, how he died. Ghislaine Maxwell is now in prison. From an evidence standpoint, in the cases against them and the case that was pending against Jeffrey Epstein, how important was her testimony beyond just being that public face that people saw, but within the courtroom?
Her testimony was monumental. It was critical to the case. I mean, there was only a few victims that were able to testify and come forward and tell their stories about being sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein, and the second
this
case
is also
by
really wild.
Ghislaine Maxwell. So Virginia's testimony was crucial to both of those investigations and cases. And obviously was the centerpiece of the allegations made against Prince Andrew. And so she was incredibly important from an evidentiary standpoint to those investigations and those cases.
We were looking at some of the posts today from someone who is Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriend, Victoria Hervey. She's a British socialite. I know we talked about some of the posts that she had last time that we spoke about this, just attacking Virginia Giuffre's story, seemed to point and speak glowingly of Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison on sex trafficking charges, a conviction of that. How does that public attack from someone who is a socialite
How does that impact a victim? And it's a
We're
unique
gonna
case
watch
for
something about her in the
Giuffre, but
next
I'm sure in your line of work,
video.
you've seen cases where you do have these people who accuse someone's story in saying that it didn't happen. Or
Okay, I can't get past that picture with the prince and Virginia, and she was like 12 different strokes for different folks. I'm gonna cry.
that they're lying against someone who's more powerful.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it happens every case because you're going to have everyone who supports the perpetrator calling the victim a liar and a fraud. And so when Virginia came forward and brought her accusations against Prince Andrew, and everyone knew Virginia's identity, you can imagine what she must have seen on social media and on the internet from his supporters that really, went after her.
Yeah,
and
they really did
accused
go
her of
after her.
all sorts of nasty things, of being a liar and making things up and all of that. And you can imagine the toll that would take on a person to see that kind of just nasty verbal abuse day in and day out. And as you brought up, Chris, it hasn't ended. Even now, some ex-girlfriend of Prince Andrew has for some bizarre reason made it important to completely still talk trash about Virginia and saying these incredibly nasty, outrageous things about her, even after her death, saying, things like, karma and things like that on her social media posts. Absolutely bizarre, but very, very sad. And you can see the toll that takes on a victim. It's unfair, and that makes them all the more courageous for coming forward and persevering through things like that.
I know that Virginia had a somewhat complicated family dynamic. Her family released a statement initially saying that she had taken her own life. Then her father speaks to TMZ and says, wait a second, there could be some questions. We talked about the lawyer there. She was reportedly in the middle of a divorce. She had been separated from her husband in Australia, but there was she was in the process of officially being divored.
I agree.
You have this undisclosed amount of money that Prince Andrew paid Virginia Giuffre when they settled out of court in 2022. It seems complicated with the parties that could make a claim for that. What could happen to that money if there was some sort of court dispute that took place?
Well, so here's the thing. Again, a lot of unanswered questions, but did Virginia have a will? We don't know that yet. But if she did, and it was a valid, legitimate will, okay, that's going to control her assets and where the inheritance goes to. Although even that could be challenged by other people who, family members who maybe weren't part of the will or given anything in the will, and they could come forward and say, oh, the will's fraudulent, or it was, it's not a legitimate will, things like that. If there's no will, then, my understanding of Australia law, similar to a lot of states here in America, is that because she wasn't formally divorced yet, even though she is separated from her husband, they were not divorced.
I know what a theory is, that maybe the prince had it out for her. That's a possibility. Allegedly.
He's first in line to receive her assets. And so again, that could be something that because that probably has to wind through the courts, that's something that we could find out a whole lot more about this settlement from Prince Andrew, because the public does not yet know the exact sum that Prince Andrew paid. And so, there's a lot of speculation out there that it was in the 8 figures and things like that, but no one has ever actually announced it and known for sure. And so if this dispute with Virginia's inheritance goes into the courts, we may very well find out what amount Prince Andrew paid to her in a settlement.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting point, and we'll see how that plays out, and then how that, of course, Prince Andrew no longer officially doing royal duties, but what would that amount add to his legacy that's already tarnished in the United Kingdom. Lastly, David, whenever we talk about Jeffrey Epstein, there's an incredible interest that people have, even years later in this case, questions about how he died. And now, even through statements from a lawyer, kind of adds to that fire of speculation, of conspiracy that people seem to have in this case. You followed this case for a long time.
Why are you paying her so much if you're saying you're not the predator, Prince Andrew?
What is it about Jeffrey Epstein and everyone who is associated with him that creates that interest and almost a level of distrust people have with whatever officially is said by law enforcement about how he died, perhaps how Virginia died, if there's no more of an investigation into it? What is it about this story that just seems to just churn conspiracy theories?
Yeah, well, look, Epstein was obviously an incredibly powerful person who had access to the most powerful people in this country, including presidents.
Exactly.
And so, all the financial wealthy people that he knew and hung around with and was associated with, and his own wealth. And so, the controversy around Epstein's suicide will go on for a long time, because there's a lot of questions about, whether he killed himself in jail or whether he was killed by someone else to silence him. That's going to be going on for a long time. We'll probably never have an answer to that.
I think that he was taken out to silence him. I think Epstein was taken out. And I kind of think Virginia, I was thinking possibly she was too, but I don't know. She was going through a lot.
It's sad. You can see the trail of tragedy that he's left behind. And this is another example of it with Virginia Giuffre and all the turmoil in her life. And, I think by all accounts, it seems as if she's either accidentally or maybe intentionally took her life. I don't think anyone's saying there's other people involved, but it's still a tragedy, and it shows you that these victims of abuse, even as they get older in life, they still experience the trauma. They still have a lot of issues that flow from it, and just because they receive some settlement, some monetary settlement, that does not cure all of their issues that they have in life by any means.
No, incredibly well put. Incredibly sad development in the story involving Virginia Giuffre, civil trial attorney David Ring. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime.
Okay, we're gonna watch another clip. We're gonna watch 2 more Virginia clips. I've really been into this. This one's also kind of short. Guys are staying up late night with. Wait. Who's singing? Me, Irony? You mean what do you mean? Who's singing? Tell me now. Okay, let's watch this.
Virginia Giuffre's dad and attorney are reportedly questioning how she died. Giuffre was a vocal and
after this, we're going to watch her dad speak on it.
Accuser of Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew. She was found dead on her farm outside Perth, Australia over the weekend, less than a month after she made headlines again after posting a picture of herself in a hospital bed and she had just days to live. There are also now reportedly questions about what will happen to the money that Prince Andrew paid her in an out-of-court settlement in 2022. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
You watched this?
We have a lot to get to in this story involving Virginia Giuffre. But before we talk about that case, I want to tell you about our new podcast that just...
Oh, no. We want to hear about Virginia. We're going to watch Karen Reed in a little bit, too. I haven't forgot about our girl, Karen.
Had 3 children at her home outside Perth, Australia. Giuffre was American, but she moved to Australia in 2020 with her husband. The couple had 3 children, all teenagers. Giuffre and her husband had been in the middle of a custody dispute at the time of her death. Some members of Giuffre's family say they aren't ready to determine how she died. Her dad, who's named Sky Roberts, told TMZ he wants her death investigated. He points to social media
Yes,
posts like this
investigate
one that his
itch.
daughter made in 2019, where she writes, quote, "I am making it publicly known that
Oh, yeah, we
in no
just watched
way, shape,
that.
or form am I suicidal. I have made this known to my therapist and GP. If something happens to me, in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me protect them. Too many evil people want to see me quieted." Giuffre's lawyer also spoke to UK media outlet The Sun and said, quote, "When I got the call, I was like, are you joking? Because there was no sign that was something she was considering." To understand what Virginia Giuffre may have been dealing with at the time of her death, you have to go back to the beginning to understand how so many people learned her name. Giuffre claimed that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked her when she was a minor. She says that she was forced to have sex with Prince Andrew 3 times when she was just 17 years old. This is the now infamous picture that was included in her lawsuit against the prince. It shows Giuffre and Prince Andrew and convicted trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell smiling at the camera in the background. Prince Andrew and Giuffre settled out of court in 2022 after she sued Andrew the year prior. Prince Andrew has denied sleeping with Giuffre. In fact, he denied ever meeting her. In a now infamous 2019 interview with the BBC, he said this about Virginia Giuffre when she accused him of having sex with her in 2001 in London.
I have no recollection of
We just watched this. I just played the same one, but it was 5 years ago. I feel it's a bit misleading. Even if she didn't do it, a lot of changes in 5 years. Andrew's getting popular again in the news. Ew, popular with who? Where's there to say about a case couldn't handle London? Did we just watch that? I swear I'm not drunk. Because I think we just watched that. Okay. Let me pull up another one. Oh yeah, no, Laura, you're fine. We're glad you're here, Laura. No. Please stay chill. We don't victim shame. Good question, Natasha. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure because I'm tripping. I think we just watched that same exact video. So I'm gonna pull up. I know a lot of you people don't like Nancy, our girl Nancy Grace, but I'm gonna play her video. I thought it was really interesting. Dragonfly. Wait, is that what I said? I said sort of. Wait, no way. You're giving me a hard time. I didn't say that. Dragonfly, I miss you. I'm glad you made it. Okay, I do think okay, we'll watch a little bit of Nancy. How about that? Because I think I just played the same video. Sorry. Don't come for me. Please forgive me. Let me just make sure, because I'm pretty sure we just watched. We did. Don't tell anybody I did that. I'm going to clip that. Not me playing the same video thinking it was something different. Oh, no. Now they're really going to come for me. Okay, here we go. Melly, he might have been drinking fireballs. No, buzz balls, not fireballs. Dragonfly, you better be here every time I go live, Dragonfly. I miss you. Where you been? Okay, so just buckle down. I know Nancy's a little much. I actually kind of like it. Not a huge fan, but I think this clip is pretty good.
Victim Virginia Giuffre is dead. The fourth suicide connected to a a sex ring of the rich and powerful. This as the feds are set to release damning files
Do you see how dramatic she is? This is why I like to play her crazy ass.
pointing the finger at who? Darn. And now Giuffre won't get to be a witness. What a coinky dink. I mean, what are the Vegas odds that 4 people connected to the Epstein sex ring, child sex ring,
Yeah. What are the
die of
odds?
suicide?
It's not a coinky
What
dink.
are the Vegas odds? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Virginia Giuffre is a 16-year-old locker room attendant in Mar-a-Lago when she is approached by socialite Ghislaine Maxwell to work as a traveling masseuse for her associate, American financier Jeffrey Epstein. Over the promise of a $200 rate per massage, Virginia eagerly accepts.
Per massage, my rear end. This was just...
Speaking of Kennedy, I have been looking into that. I want to do a live about that. The government was totally involved in that if you've been following the paperwork. Hey, Antonio, good to see you. Yeah, Dragonfly. Nancy's wild.
A little girl, like so many of the other little girls that were lured in by Epstein, who many insist did not commit suicide behind bars, lured in by Epstein and his henchperson, Beelzebub from hell, Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, she, at this moment, is trying to seek a presidential pardon. She was convicted for her role in this. Wow. Do you think Virginia's testimony could have thrown a wrench in that presidential pardon? Think about it. Joining me, an all-star panel. But first,
watch a little bit of Nancy.
Crime Stories investigative reporter Dave Mack. Dave Mack, are you telling me with a straight face, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all, because I don't think people can keep their pie holes shut long enough for a conspiracy to actually work. But you're telling me, Dave Mack, that Virginia Giuffre dies of suicide. What's the cause of death? How did she die? Who was with her? Where was she? Wasn't she just released from the hospital? You're telling me that she was released while suicidal? And where did this happen exactly? Wasn't it near Gabby, Australia? Population 268 on the last census. 156 males, 112 females, median age 41. Dave Mack, you're telling me that in near Gabby, Australia, they had
so aggressive
notch forensics team that knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that she committed suicide with the backdrop of 3 other witnesses, potential witnesses in a federal sex ring case. They all die of suicide. You know, Dave Mack in Russia, they push you out of a window. So, Dave Mack, tell me about Virginia's suicide.
Well, what we know about Virginia's suicide, Nancy, actually comes from her family, because there has been no official cause of death that has been placed in the public for any of us to see. It's being used as clickbait all over, but we don't actually have a real cause of death yet. What we have is the family saying she took her own life. We don't know anything more than that, except for this, Nancy. She was actually staying at she was separated from her husband and staying at their farmhouse, a $1.3 million farmhouse in an area, as you mentioned, that is very lightly populated. Her brothers were staying with her in this farmhouse. She's 4 weeks removed from leaving the hospital, as you mentioned, and she is there, apparently, if we are to believe what we're being told, that she committed suicide in the middle of a $1 million plus farm mansion, and she is the one person.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Dave Mack, I don't recall asking you to put the farm mansion up on real estate sites. Okay, we'll get back to the, as you say, $1 million mansion in just a moment. I'm asking you about the COD. Now, We don't have a cause of death.
I-
That has not been released.
Not that
We
I would
don't
ever have
know
the
if there's
chance,
been
but
an
I
autopsy.
never want
Here
to be
in the
interviewed
US,
by
of
any
course, there would be an autopsy immediately whenever there's a question. Was there an autopsy? Was there a toxicology screening? You just stated, Dave Mack, that her family said it's a suicide. Well, let me differ with you, because her father, her own father, is calling for an investigation, as is her sister-in-law and others. They say that she specifically stated, if I die, believe me, I did not commit suicide. Listen to this.
Family of Virginia Giuffre, led by her father, Sky Roberts, are asking her death be investigated. Roberts tells TMZ, Virginia said if she ever died by suicide, not to believe it. Virginia herself shares comments about suicide in response to something said on social media, writing, I'm making it publicly known that in no way, shape, or form am I suicidal. If something happens to me, in the sake of my family, do not let this go away and help me to protect them. Too many evil people want to see me quieted.
So, Dave Mack, I'm not quite sure where you're getting your information, but you just heard the father and the sister-in-law, who is speaking on behalf of the brother, is demanding an investigation. Joining me, Dr. Kendall Crowns, renowned chief medical examiner out of Tarrant County. That's Fort Worth. Never a lack of business. He has performed literally thousands of autopsies. He is the esteemed lecturer at the
Nancy
Burnett
is
School of Medicine
so
at TCU, the star
aggressive.
of a hit series.
Can you imagine like living with her?
Mayhem in the Morgue, set to hit the airwaves. Dr. Crowns,
How
thank
far have you went
for
into the
being
latest?
with us.
I
Dr.
just
Kendall Crowns,
started,
when,
like,
at
last
least
week.
in the U.S., is an autopsy SOP, standard operating procedure?
Anytime there's something that's concerning, you always have an autopsy. So if there's a concern for a suicide, an accident, or a homicide, that individual will be autopsied by a medical examiner or a forensic pathologist. In cases of natural deaths where it's unwitnessed or unsupervised, or they don't have a medical history, died outside of a hospital, or died within 24 hours of reaching the hospital, those will also be autopsied. And then, of course, any child under the age of 6 gets autopsied automatically.
So in this case, Dr. Kendall Crowns, at least in the U.S., wouldn't there have been, no question, an autopsy?
Correct. There's no question there'd be an autopsy on this, with the history of with Epstein, with the recent history of a possible car accident, and then the history of domestic violence. There's all kinds of factors in play here that could be something that's going on that makes it not a suicide and could be a homicide.
We are talking about the suicide of Virginia Giuffre. And this is one of my many, many questions. Where's the death certificate? What is the COD? Has there been a funeral? Where is her body? Don't tell me she's already been cremated, for Pete's sake, destroying any forensic evidence. Who investigated this? The crack detectives in near Gabby, Australia, where there are 268 people, population, last census?
268?
Who found her? How did they find her? Did she hang herself? Did she take pills? What pills? Were photos taken? Were measurements taken? And again, what are the odds? What's the likelihood? And of course, that can never be argued to a jury, statistics. But what, you roll the dice.
I don't believe it.
What
That's
are
a
the
coincidence.
statistics that 4 witnesses connected to a sex ring, a proven sex ring of the very rich and powerful, just as the feds claim they're going to release all the documents, including a list of massage therapists, Epstein paid for her, Virginia Giuffre, to have massage lessons. Is she on the list? Was she about to be called
massage
as a
lessons?
witness?
Yeah.
How did she get tangled up with a perv, a billionaire, but a perv nonetheless, like Epstein? This is how.
Sometimes he would just in front of them and rub his. Sometimes he would have it with them. Sometimes he'd make them, give them. kind of worked like a pyramid scheme. Ghislaine brought me in. I brought other girls in. Those girls brought other girls in. Ghislaine tells me that I have to do for Andrew what I do for Giuffre. And that made me sick. I just didn't expect it from royalty.
That is Virginia Giuffre speaking about how she was lured by Ghislaine Maxwell as a little girl, told she could make $200 an hour if she learned to be a masseuse, a massage therapist. Well, what that actually entailed was something very, very different and illegal.
Whoa.
You know, when children are molested, they are never the same. They may look the same to me and you, but on the inside, they never recover. They may learn to go about their business, hold down a job, try to have a marriage or a family. They're never the same. Now, what you were hearing is from our friends at the Miami Herald and BBC Panorama. That's Virginia Giuffre, who vowed to never give up the fight, but she committed suicide just on the eve of the federal release of those documents. I want to go to a very special guest. You may not know her
I'm going to watch
name
this
now,
guest, and then we're going to watch
but you will.
Virginia's done.
She, like Virginia, was lured in by Epstein. She actually went to Epstein Island.
I think so too, Alsane.
You know what? I will let her tell her story. Lisa Phillips is joining me now. She is the star and the host of a podcast from now on. And it's a real honor to speak with you, Miss Phillips. How did you meet, if that's the right word, Jeffrey Epstein?
Road rage is real, but it is.
So I was on a photo shoot in early 2000 at the island of Tortola in the British West Indies, very close to his island. And we had a free day, and another young blonde Polish model who looks like Virginia said, you know, I have a friend who owns an island. He's been so wonderful to me. He got me my visa to live in the United States.
Oof.
And so she just said, you know, let's go for the day. And so I just said, okay, sure, I'll go with you. And so I went over to the island, and I saw two young blonde girls swimming in the pool with an older gentleman, dark-haired gentleman. And then later on, we all had dinner together, we hung out for the day. And later on that evening, a young blonde girl knocked on my door and told myself and the other blonde girl that Jeffrey needed a massage. Or Jeffrey, actually she said, Jeffrey is ready for his massage. And so I just was like, what are you talking about? What massage? And so the other girl said, oh, well, Jeffrey likes, you know, massages. You have to do it.
Fuck.
So, you know, I was trapped on the island. I didn't know where to go. I just, you know, followed the girl into his room to do the massage with this other young girl. And I ended up being abused on that island.
Lisa, when you say you were abused, what happened?
Well, like Virginia was explaining, the massages. So the massages turn into, you know, touching and into assault.
Were you sex molested, Lisa, by Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes, I was.
You know,
wow.
Lynn Shaw joining me. Does it ever end, Lynn? Does it ever end? Lynn is the founder, director of Lynn's Warriors, committed to ending human trafficking and exploitation of girls. Host of Lynn's Warriors on YouTube. Does it ever end? When I hear Lisa and I look at her, she's so beautiful, so articulate, so poised. I mean, Lisa, has your life ever been the same? I mean, mine hasn't been the same since I was a victim of violent crime. It's never been the same. What did that do to you?
You can see I still get emotional, but I kept it silent for 15 years. It wasn't until Jeffrey died in 2019 and I saw Virginia speak out. I thought, wow, this is a courageous woman. Wow, she has like this bravery to speak out about, you know, what happened to her with Jeffrey. But it was her story about Prince Andrew was the reason why I spoke out. Because I had a young friend, also blonde, similar to Virginia's look, who was told by Giuffre to go into a room to have sex with the prince. And that memory I always remembered.
Wow.
Because when I met Giuffre for the very first time on the island, I remembered seeing that man there. So my story connected in that way.
Andrew?
Yes. Yes, Giuffre introduced me to
It's
Prince
so
Andrew.
disgusting. And he's like a tick sucking the public's money, living in a mansion. And I'm telling you, this girl's battle, now woman, Virginia Giuffre's battle with Epstein and Prince Andrew, she vowed not to give up ever. And I'm supposed to believe that she said, oh, yeah, you know what? I won the battle against Andrew. Epstein's dead, so now I'll kill myself. I find that really hard to believe. Lynn Shaw, will it ever end? When I see
nothing better happened to this Lisa girl, because now we know for sure.
Andrew trotting around Balmoral or Windsor Castle on a $80,000 horse, my stomach clenches. He should be in jail. Did you hear what Lisa just said? Same thing that Virginia said.
Listen, we at the Warriors have spoken with, have interviewed many victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I want us all to first applaud Lisa for appearing and bravely speaking out. This takes a lot of strength to keep talking about what happened, so we must all commend her. Second of all, Virginia Giuffre, I will never believe, killed herself. She bravely came out as a warrior. And when she did that several years ago, all of the other victims came forward and said, finally, we have some support, resolution, media attention. We're going to get somewhere. 3 facts. Right away, law enforcement said, no foul play, nothing to see here. That was number 1. Number 2, Virginia was in the process of renovating her house. Number 3, she was standing for all the other victims. She would not do anything to harm herself. She wanted to be that warrior for them. And I have to add a 4th point. I don't believe she would leave her children. Something happened here. We're not getting the facts. And will it ever end, Nancy? I'm afraid to say, and I don't like saying this. No, this Epstein story is never going to end. We're never going to hear the truth and the facts about all of this. Too many complicit, powerful people involved.
And another thing, you heard Lynn Shaw say she was in the middle of a renovation. She was fighting to see her children. She would never leave them. But what about this note? What she said, she was getting ready to do battle. Listen.
Virginia Giuffre's sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, wants to release a quote written by Virginia, found in a journal at her Australian farmhouse. In her own hand, Virginia wrote, "Mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers need to show the battle lines are drawn, and we stand together to fight for the future of victims. Is protesting the answer? I don't know, but we've got to start somewhere." Giuffre's brother, Sky Roberts, believes the note was intended for organizers of the Washington, D.C. Rally of Sexual Assault Survivors. In a section of the note, she writes, "We are not going to go away."
Okay, that's intense. Let's listen to... I want to watch. Okay, this one is on Piers. This is her dad saying that somebody got to her. I do actually like Piers. He's a little intense as well. But this interview, this stream is good.
Speak out on his own because he's guilty.
It's very sad that she didn't help the family. This father sounded desperate.
Well, look, we can clear this up because I'm going to be joined now exclusively by Virginia Giuffre's father, Sky Roberts. Tell me about your reaction when you heard that she'd taken her life.
First of all, I couldn't even believe it. You know, I think she's strong, very strong. And that's why I don't think she committed suicide. She had too much to live for.
Virginia Giuffre's tragic suicide has understandably made global headlines all week. On Monday, I interviewed exclusively with lawyer David Boies.
This is good.
He said it's time for Prince Andrew to come clean and to apologize.
Even if he doesn't remember what happened, I think he needs to recognize that he clearly had sex with young girls with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, He may not remember that it was Virginia, but he can't forget the event. And he needs, I think, to just come clean.
Well, the Duke's silence has been roundly criticised in the British press, with many saying that Virginia's sad demise is the final nail in the coffin for his delusional dreams of returning to public life. Prince Andrew, of course, paid many millions of dollars to settle accusations that he sexually assaulted Giuffre 3 times when she was 17 years old after being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. Well, despite the payout, he's always emphatically denied it. There are many unanswered questions about Epstein, the source of his wealth, the circumstances of his death, the reasons why so many powerful people kept his sinister secrets and have not been made accountable for any association with him. Perhaps inevitably, many people aren't satisfied with the explanation of Virginia's death either. A lawyer in Australia said this week that there are big question marks. Well, one of my guests tonight has always maintained, amid much criticism, that there are big question marks over Virginia Giuffre's story. And she says she now has new evidence that will support her case. Well, joining me now is Prince Andrew's former girlfriend, Lady Victoria Hervey, royal biographer Tom Bauer, host of The Nerve with Maureen Callahan, and also be speaking to lawyer Spencer Kuvin, who represented 9 of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Okay, well, welcome to all of you. Let's start with you, Victoria. You've been resolutely
This is the girl that's been
Prince
talking about
Andrew
her
for a long time in this
about
scandal.
Virginia.
I have,
She
because
dated Prince Andrew.
so it's been about 3.5 years when I actually really started really investigating, I suppose. And the things that I found out, obviously, like a lot of people that reached out to me from very close circles to Virginia and some of the other girls, they were giving me information because they saw me as someone that could actually bring the information out. The things that I want to concentrate, well, firstly, that, it's a horrible end what happened to Virginia.
Well, let me pick you up on that before we get into the other stuff.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I mean, you did 2 posts about Virginia Giuffre, one before she died after she had this supposed accident, which is still very murky about.
Oh, you mean, but I did a lot of stories
hang on.
On the main post.
You posted
so this Prince Andrew X life herself, and Pierce calls her out here, and it's
image of her smiling with the caption, "What is karma?" after Virginia Giuffre shared a selfie lying on a hospital bed following what she said was this horror
Because I knew
car
it wasn't
crash.
true.
Okay, but you said, "What is karma?" And then when
I reposted that, by the way.
But when news of her death broke, you tweeted this. We posted on X: "Lies catch up with you. There's no way out."
Is it better now? Did I
putting
freeze for a
aside
minute?
whether you want to believe Virginia Giuffre or not, you deleted this one.
No, I didn't delete it. People say I deleted it. No,
You didn't?
I did not delete it.
You've left that up.
Yeah.
Right.
It was on story, so it only lasts for 24 hours.
I understand that. Okay. So
I did not delete it.
But why post that at all? I mean, putting aside what you feel about her, you've just taken her life.
It was an instant reaction. I was actually, when the news broke, ironically, I was actually at the Daily Mail party in Washington at the British ambassador's residence. And my friend I was with got the alert on her phone.
This girl is a bully.
Oh my God.
Her,
She
this
gives
woman
me the
up
phone.
there.
We were really in shock, actually, to be honest, in the beginning, because the build-up, really, I suppose, like what had happened over the last month. Like, I don't really understand why her family didn't, to be alone on a ranch in the middle of nowhere.
You don't know why she took.
In a hospital.
You don't know why she took. You don't know why she took her life.
I don't, but I know.
So you admit that?
I admit that.
This lady is nasty. How's she going to talk like
I'm
that?
not a psychic, but I know things were catching up.
Did you not think what you tweeted was just on a human level utterly heartless?
It wasn't right. I feel very bad for her children, and I think suicide is something that it's a very sad thing. But in dying and in committing suicide, that does not give you an out to lie.
But that's a totally different matter.
So she thinks she blames Virginia, R.I.P. Virginia, the Epstein victim and accuser. She claims that Virginia is a liar, and she used to date Prince Andrew, I guess, and that makes her think she's hot shit. She nasty.
Feel like you knew she's got 3 kids. They just lost their mother. right? It's an appalling tragedy just on a human level.
That was a quick reaction.
Yeah, but you could have deleted it. You didn't.
I didn't because I feel very strongly about this story.
Right, but you didn't think that was heartless?
What has she done to other people?
Tom, your reaction.
She just said, what has Virginia done to other people? Wow. Someone tell Victoria I want to box her.
But what's she done to anybody? I mean, she was a victim. She was trafficked by Epstein.
Don't use the word trafficking. Trafficking is a very strong word that is not the appropriate word for this.
Well, she was used, abused, and utterly destroyed by men who just
I agree.
Well, you know, and the point is that
Do
she
you
clearly
agree?
couldn't survive the horrors of what she lived through, and whether her truth about Prince Andrew, which I'm sure is true, but nevertheless, the point is that you don't get over that sort of dreadful, dreadful treatment by ruthless men and by systems. I mean, that was the most terrible thing about this whole story.
I don't condone violence.
You had to go through it again and again and again because the men who ran the justice
and had been
system-
abused when she was like 7 or 8 years old.
Exactly.
So she was treated appallingly. I think my point is, before we get to your other stuff, which is very interesting, I have no idea if anything you're going to be presenting has any actual merit, but it's interesting to present it and to talk about it. But before we get to that, I just wonder, now you've had time to think about it, she's got these 3 kids who've been left without them.
I don't want to keep dwelling on that.
Well, no, I'm just asking you.
Because you're just trying to.
No,
make
I'm
me
not trying
look
to do
like
anything. I'm just going to
You
ask.
are.
I'm asking one question.
I
Would you
don't
like to
think
just
about that.
apologise?
I'm
for
not
what-
talking about that right now.
Well,
Because
I
I
am.
said I started.
I am.
Listen to me 1 second.
No, no,
I
you
started
listen-
this conversation
Victoria.
and I said I feel very bad about what happened for
Yeah.
her children's sake. Suicide is something
Okay.
that is very serious.
I understand.
Done.
I'm just asking you whether now you've had time to think about it, given it blew up big online, you know
Did it?
that.
I wasn't even
Well, you were
actually
aware
trending.
I was trending in a very
I was
bad
out
way.
that night.
Well, let me
I
tell
wasn't-
you.
I wasn't
I can
even
tell
looking
you.
at the news.
I can tell you. But my point
I like
is, I
Piers
think
when
you should
he calls people out
apologise
like this.
for what you posted. I think it was incredibly
He can be arrogant,
insensitive and
but I like,
offensive to the family at a time when she'd just taken her life. Would you like to do that?
I don't really think her children didn't want to see her years. There's a
Victoria?
reason for that.
Well, there was a domestic dispute with her
They
husband.
did not. They didn't want anything to do with her.
Yeah. Okay, well, you don't know the circumstances
I
behind all
do
that.
know that as that
All
is
right,
a
so you have
fact.
no regrets about this?
I am not regretting what I said. I
you
said
said
when
it's
I first
Nash.
arrived here just now, because I knew, you are News International. You guys are like the enemy.
I'm not News International.
You do not
I'm
want
not
this
News
story.
International. Sorry, just to be clear, since the end of last year, I don't work for
You're
anybody.
in our offices
No,
right now.
I rent these studios. I am my own boss. I own my channel. I'm not owned by anybody else.
International
When I ask
does
you a
not
question,
want the story to come out.
News International has nothing
They
to
are
do with Piers
compromised.
Morgan Uncensored now whatsoever, other than I rent the studio and they have a commercial interest in advertising revenue. There is no involvement in my show whatsoever from News International. So to try and
But the reason
say that
why
is completely wrong.
But the reason why it has been so hard to get the truth out about this because the.
But I'm giving you a platform to talk about what
Yeah,
you found. But just
okay.
before we get to it, I just
Yeah.
wanted to give you the chance, having thought about it. Do you not just think that
No,
was crassly insensitive?
I said when I first got here just now.
He's getting really aggressive with her, and I like it. This is Victoria Day. She dated the prince or something.
We started filming. I said I feel terribly for her family and what they are going through, and it's a horrible ending. It's a tragedy, really. Like it is a tragedy. This young girl, she was abused by family friends at age like 6 or something. Then she went off with this guy Eppinger. That basically she was used as a prostitute at age 11. Like she
Lady
had a horrible life.
Victoria. Oh,
I agree about.
Okay.
Lady Victoria Hervey. That's her name. She dated him. She dated Prince Andrew, the predator. She dated the predator. And she's here talking about a dead woman and how she took her own life and mocking the situation.
From tariffs to market turmoil, things are looking pretty rough out there.
Up in the way.
Let's get back to this clown.
her when she was 17 years
do
old.
we have a picture of the actual Daily Mail one? Because the scale, or here it is, but it's
Right,
yeah.
but with Ghislaine Maxwell in the background. It's a famous, infamous picture now.
Yeah.
And the point of the picture being that appeared to have them all in the house in London around the time that this abuse was said to have taken place. Okay. Now, what is it that you've done about this picture to try and, as you put it, investigate?
Yeah, I just want to set the scene for what happened on this night. So it was actually the coldest week since the 1960s at that point. It had been raining all day. You can look this up in the weather. Freezing. That window, the window wasn't that window would never have been open. Number one, they would not have been wearing these clothing. She wears this outfit in Saint-Tropez a couple months later. They were not at Tramp nightclub. There were no photos of them at Tramp nightclub. He doesn't drink. Andrew has never carried a wallet in his life. He's got a wallet in his back pocket. There's many pictures of Jeffrey Epstein with the same trousers. Jeffrey did carry a big wallet in his back pocket.
So you're saying the picture was fake?
She's sitting here defending the predator, the prince, and Jeffrey Epstein. I'm shooketh.
There's nothing real about this image, Piers. We can start with when I did go into the house.
So tell me, so when did you first go into this property?
A year ago.
And how did you get access?
I posed as a buyer.
So they're selling it?
Yeah.
Who owns this property?
Now it's on the market, but it wasn't on the market.
But who is the owner now? I mean,
I don't know.
Has it changed hands a few times? Do we know the?
No, so it was sold. It was only sold once.
She's a possible
and
plant.
He's now actually got it on the market.
Okay, so we're watching footage of you. You went in with a friend, I think, and this is you walking through the house. Now, what is the significance of what you think you discovered on this trip? Because you've been in there twice.
You're going to see this landing, which I got photos of, but that's the landing. It's so small, Piers, that you don't. If people would actually be able to get access to that house, literally, I walked up the stairs and we couldn't even find this landing because it's so tiny. You walk up, I was with two people. I was with a photographer friend and another person. And
Who's paying her? Who's paying her? We need to know, right?
I've known the photographer for 30 years. We did a shoot together when I was about 18.
Is it the prince?
And he's kind of helped me on this project a bit over the last 2 years, doing some interviews and things with witnesses. When we got up,
the prince like to
it was
donate
like
money
this
here.
big here. So he is only 5 foot.
So we're showing pictures here. This is one of your friends.
Yeah.
Who is standing where
I'm not
Andrew
giving you a
Yeah,
massage.
so
was
he's
standing. What's
standing-
the point you're making
I'm
there?
showing the scale. So he's 5'8", 5'9" at tallest with spiky hair. And he doesn't have a gap between him and the banister like Andrew does. It's like, okay, he's not totally on the side, but he's a lot of smaller guy than
He's
Andrew.
ridiculous.
You can't fit a man like Andrew and half of Virginia in that space. It's just not possible. This bit here.
What?
It's only.
Show that to the camera.
So this banister here.
Camera 3.
This is 60 centimeters only. Do you know what 60 centimeters? If we had a measuring tape to show you how small that is, I mean.
So let me ask you a question.
Was she in there with a ruler?
Okay, look.
Wait. What?
With another girl.
At the very least, this is actually interesting because I've never seen
Yeah.
independent pictures taken of this
no
area.
one has seen this picture, by the way.
Right, which is very interesting, right?
Yeah.
So my question for you is, if, as you say, it's very easy to at least cast a lot of doubt over this picture, which was the key crux of the evidence against Andrew, why did Andrew end up paying a reported $11 million?
Well, he didn't have these pictures, did he? Until
but he could have got them, surely.
You know what? I think he was given really, really bad advice. So this shows the measurements.
Show that to the camera again.
So actually, when you zoom in on that, you can actually zoom in and it's 61 inches all the way across. Now that corroborates the information we got on video when we measured. We have the same basically.
So your overview is what? Is that
my overview is that this is a collage. Also, Virginia says that this part of the photo, she says the photo was done with a throwaway camera. Now, a throwaway camera back in 2001 cannot do this perfect symmetrical, like, also the flash in the background, that is actually thought to be the light from the pub outside, but this is a collage. So it was this frame, and then they were collaged and basically put in, but their scale is about a third
Does
wrong.
Prince Andrew know you've got this?
He knows that. Well, I speak to his ex-wife,
Sarah Ferguson.
Yeah, and
you told her about these pictures.
So she's being paid by the prince.
So Andrew knows that you've been.
He
in
just
the
said
house.
she speaks to his ex-wife.
And do they share your view that they think this is materially interesting?
That's not the only thing she's
that may support
I
his
think
version.
anyone that sees this would think this is pretty interesting.
Tom, before I go to Maureen, what's your immediate reaction?
Well, the point is, where did these photographs originally come from?
Yeah.
And as I recall, it was a Daily Mail journalist who found.
No. I got given these. Hold on. Oh, well,
No,
these are
your
my.
You got
the original picture.
Oh, okay. So this is the other thing, right? So Virginia's photo. It was actually verified that actually the FBI never received a hard copy. They only got a copy put on a disc, so they never got to see the back of it.
Okay, Tom, do you just as a journalist, do you find this intriguing? Do you find it incredible?
As I understand the story, the original photograph.
They would have really short legs. They would have no legs.
You can mock up your photographs too. The point is that photographs clearly can be mocked up. The point
This is real. This girl's like 5'2".
Let Tom finish.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
She had the photograph.
Yeah.
And she gave it to the journalist unsolicited. The journalist turned up at her door. It wasn't an FBI source. It was her photograph. And I believe it to be true. I don't believe.
It's sweet. It's sweet that you believe.
I believe it because I just don't see who would have the motive to construct.
That's what we all want
to
know.
Okay, well, you want to know because you don't believe it's true. I don't want to know because I just don't believe that there's anyone.
I want to know who put Giuffre up
someone
to
else. Let me just speak one second.
I want to know who Victoria thinks she is.
nobody-
Is she nasty? Thank you for subscribing. Please subscribe, hit the like button, help your girl out. We do Melly After dark, but usually during the day, it's true crime. True crime now, true crime then. I guess it's always true crime, but it's a little more wild at night time.
Has the
We
motive
got a little wild
in my
here.
view, to originally put in these three people as a collage because what would be the purpose?
Also, her lawyer, David
Bring
Boyd,
back
said he was
Rob
skeptical
Bamley.
when he first met her, just because he's a lawyer and always is. But he made her take a polygraph and she passed with flying colours.
Well, that possibly.
That's what he said.
But that
All
is,
right.
but
Thanks
that
for
is also possible because
Victoria,
she's
hang
gone
on.
through so much trauma.
Okay, all right. Let me bring in the others. Maureen Callahan, what's your reaction to this? I mean, this is a story that is, because of the nature of Virginia Giuffre's tragic suicide, this is not going to go away, the speculation around all this. Do you
Her
believe
dad comes up in a
Virginia
minute.
Giuffre? I mean, her own testimony against other men was questioned. Alan Dershowitz, the American lawyer, challenged her and got her to admit that she was mistaken in identifying him as one of the people that abused her, which seems not irrelevant to all this. But where do you sit with Virginia Giuffre in totality here?
Yeah, I believe her when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. That was an incredibly rich, powerful, connected man who could have had her harmed. So the danger to her far outweighed, the price of staying quiet. But to this new theory, Piers, that your guest is promulgating, and the moon landing was staged, and the Hunter Biden laptop is a fake. Come on. That photo had to be examined by newsrooms and lawyers up and down before it would ever be published. Secondly, to this amateur photo and video that's been taken, do we know if the house has ever been renovated? Do we know the exact height?
This is all the same. This is an original scale. None of this has changed.
Wow. You would have to know the exact dimensions of each person's body. We don't know what kind of camera was used. We don't know what kind of lens was We don't know the
Virginia said it
lighting
was a
situation.
throwaway
There are
comment.
a million, please, would you? There are a million variables that go into something like that. It is a very heavy lift. And by the way, if this theory really has legs, if it's true, I don't understand why Prince Andrew isn't hopping on the phone right now with you.
He's not going to be saying anything.
Right, but he does beg
Right.
the question, why wouldn't he? I mean,
Look at her.
Because he got screwed last time.
Oh, because he got screwed last time. Whatever. Let's watch the part with Virginia's dad. Okay, wait. I don't want to skip it because this girl's nuts.
Aristocratic enablers that Andrew has been touting out to speak for him because he's too afraid to speak out on his own. And he's too afraid to speak out on his own because he's guilty. And that's the problem. He paid because he knew that there was evidence that he was not only in the photograph, but he was also on Jeffrey Epstein's private island.
Did you just see her? What a nasty little bully. Yeah, Prince Andrew paid her tons of money. So I agree. If he was innocent, why do you have to pay someone off?
He's too afraid to speak out on his own. And he's too afraid to speak out on his own because he's guilty. And that's the problem. He paid because he knew that there was evidence that he was not only in the photograph, but he was also on Jeffrey Epstein's private island. How about that? Where's the proof that he wasn't on the private island with naked women, young girls? Where's the proof that he wasn't in the Manhattan home with one of my clients for a party at that home after Jeffrey Epstein had already been admittedly a pedophile and caught and placed in jail? Where is that evidence?
I think we need to remember the things that Virginia put in her original little book, and then she said, oh, they're not true. So remember,
just because you dated a predator doesn't mean you have to call Virginia a liar.
Virginia's story about the ranch with Andrew, she went into explicit detail talking about going horse riding. The thing about Virginia, it's not like a small story. It's a very elaborate story.
Her
and
name
then
is
she basically admitted under oath that actually she made that up.
Victoria Hervey.
Look, I know that you want to defend your royal friend. I get that, but the reality is that he was around a pedophile who was raping young girls, and regardless of whether or not the photo is fake or not, he has a bad choice in friends.
Yeah, but it's
very bad.
It's not regardless if the photo is real or not, because that's the only thing that they've
the
tried
photo
to pin
is
on
real.
him. Like
No, it's not.
He was in the house. He stayed with Epstein for ages.
With someone doesn't mean
He
it.
stayed with him for 4 days in Manhattan with a lot of women coming and going after.
Those pictures-
Wait a minute. After Epstein was a convicted paedophile, as Spencer just said, right? Years afterwards. So he was a convicted paedophile, and Prince Andrew, for reasons that remain completely inexplicable and which he couldn't explain.
Birds of a feather flock together. Epstein, Prince Andrew. The picture's not photoshopped. You liked young girls. You had the money to hide it. You probably had her killed.
To Emily Maitlis in that infamous Newsnight interview
Just
for the
a
BBC.
conspiracy.
He flew to New
Nelly
York. He was
theory.
seen in Central Park,
That was such a
walking
setup.
with his mate. He spent 4 days at Epstein's house.
No, I believe
women
Epstein
were seen
set him
coming and going.
Yeah, and this is nasty lady Victoria Hervey, who dated Prince Andrew. For how long? Sadly, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I know it was in 1999, something like that.
Entire time,
Yeah.
and he knew by then that his great buddy was a convicted
By
paedophile.
the way, so those photos of the girls coming out the house, now, they didn't come out for many, many years. So I don't even believe they were during that time.
Do you believe anything that incriminates Andrew or not?
A lot of the girls
Who is
did not tell the truth.
Who is the great conspirator? Who's organizing this conspiracy of yours?
It's the intelligence 3-letter word agencies that are wrapped up in this that I'm not going to go into right now. 'Cause I would rather stay alive. But what I'm saying is,
do you not
what? Who's this little old man? He's so cute. He's in there just talking his ish.
That his great buddy
I rewinded
was
it.
a convicted
by
paedophile.
the way, so those photos of the girls coming out the house, now, they didn't come out for many, many years. So I don't even believe they were during that time.
Do you believe anything that incriminates Andrew or not?
A lot of the girls did not tell the truth.
Who is the great conspirator? Who's organising this conspiracy of yours?
It's the intelligence 3-letter word agencies that are wrapped up in this that I'm not going to go into right now because I would rather stay alive. But what I'm saying is,
I would rather stay alive.
Victoria, do you not have any qualms about Virginia's family hearing you just dismiss everything?
oh no, I think
So arrogant.
I think
Fake
Robert
news. Literally
Giuffre would agree with me.
What about her father,
What?
for example?
She was estranged from her mother and her father. She didn't.
Well, she
speak
wasn't
to
estranged
her
from
father.
them.
Agree with
she
you.
was. She's on 30 million.
Sorry if I just yelled at you guys. It wasn't personal to you. Oh no.
Right? That is what she's worth.
The video
Her
is
father, he came out a month ago saying he's basically on the dole, like, and he couldn't even afford a flight to Australia to see
Why
her.
would you say that in such a disparaging manner if that's the case?
It's very
Pierce
sad.
is
It's very
clearly not a fan. She believes herself. Yeah, we don't believe her.
sad that obviously, she didn't help the family, right? I mean, this father sounded desperate.
Well, look, we can clear this up because I'm going to be joined now exclusively by Virginia Giuffre's father, Sky Roberts, who's giving
Well,
his
I
first
just supported him.
who's
just
giving
now,
his
saying
first
it was
interview
sad.
on camera about this. Mr. Roberts, thank you very
Oh,
much
I've really
indeed,
been wanting to watch
for
this
joining
part.
me on Uncensored, and my deepest sympathies to you and your entire family over what has happened to Virginia.
Thank you.
It's an awful tragedy, and it ends a life of tragedy in many ways for your daughter.
Virginia didn't.
First of
I don't
all,
believe it either.
Tell me
I don't.
about your reaction when you heard that she'd taken her life.
Well, first of all, I couldn't even believe it.
It's her dad.
I started crying right away. I'm still crying. I can't believe that this is happening. It's impossible. And then for them to say that she committed suicide, there's no way that she did. Somebody got to her.
Let me just ask you, Mr. Roberts,
somebody
how much
got
contact
to
did you
her,
have
says
with
her father.
Virginia in recent years?
Her own father.
Not a lot. I haven't spoke to her in years, but I think that she
support
basically
him.
liked to try to protect me because she knew a lot of things about a lot of powerful people. And to me, she's just protecting me that I don't get involved in any of it. Like I say, when she was here, we were together all the time and doing a lot of things together. She was on her own to go against Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Prince Andrew. She was on her own this whole time. I'm not saying it's a way to earn money or anything, but she's just trying to make these people pay for what they did.
Right.
Did she ever talk to you about Prince Andrew before it became public knowledge?
Yes, a little. Yeah, she was there in London with Prince Andrew and Miss Maxwell.
Because one of my other guests here in the studio in London has produced photographs from the property where that infamous picture was taken of Virginia with Prince Andrew and Ghislaine Maxwell in the background, and says that it proves to her
like you can't
that the picture must have been faked in some way. But do you have any doubt that Virginia was there at the time and
is
and
she
had
really
sex
trying
with Prince
to
Andrew?
interrupt?
Personally, I don't have proof of it, but
This
Virginia
ignorant
sent the original picture, so I know it wasn't faked, but the original picture of Prince Andrew and her with Ghislaine Maxwell in the background. So I know that's true that she was there with him.
She showed you that picture, did you say?
Yes. My mom had an 8x10.
And when did she first show you that?
Many years ago when it happened.
But before it became public knowledge?
Yes. I knew nothing about it. I didn't even know she was, doing all these things for Jeffrey Epstein.
How did you feel when you discovered that?
I was really angry with Jeffrey Epstein because she had told me later on that, he had threatened that if she had said anything, that he had the power to do anything he wanted to her family. I mean,
Wow.
I met Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't let her go to work for him unless I met him. But he seemed like a normal person. I mean, he came out, I went to his mansion and he came out in jeans and a t-shirt and just acted like a regular person. So I had no idea. I mean, you don't know who you're talking to, you know.
And
I'm just still upset about this thing.
And Virginia never told you about the abuse that she was enduring?
No, never. Nothing. I think
before.
I don't know. Like I say, if she was to say something,
the composite image.
No,
there was no.
But the point is, Mr. Roberts is saying no. But hang on, he's saying Victoria very clearly that she showed him the picture before it was made public knowledge.
Before the mail got it.
Which I think.
What? Who? This woman is so disgusting and
It's
rude.
a significant statement by her father. Can I ask you?
Does he really remember dates? Like,
Mr. Roberts, can I ask you in relation to Prince Andrew, when it was revealed that he was not going to have his day in court, as he kept saying he wanted, with Virginia, and that he was actually going to instead pay her a very large check, many millions of dollars.
They need to meet
Did you
her.
have any conversation with her about that, or was
She's
that
been on it.
after you had become estranged?
She's just too much.
that was
for me.
probably after.
That
I
says
think.
a lot.
But I mean, to me and everybody here, I mean, it kind of admits guilt when you do that. When you pay somebody off like that, just when Jeffrey Epstein paid, when Maxwell paid, it's admitting guilt. I mean, why would he spend 12 or 15 million to give to her?
What's your view of Prince Andrew?
Well, yeah, I don't care for him at all. I mean, he's I guess a powerful, royal figure, and they just think he can do what he wants to do.
And to people like my guest Victoria Hervey here, who do not believe that your daughter told the truth.
I'm really sorry for what your family has gone through, and I'm sorry that you were estranged from her. And I feel like she should have, helped you out and other family members more.
Well, I never asked for any help from her. I am happy the way I am. Yeah, I don't have a lot of money. I'm on Social Security.
Wow, she's trying to say like she should have given you more money. That's what she's hinting at, right? Oh, like she should have helped you more. Wow.
But I'm happy.
Yeah,
that's
but
how I did
feel
it.
like it would have been nice if her or someone could have got your flight, so at least you could have seen her recently.
Wow.
I didn't know until recently that they were living in separate houses. If I'd have known they were living in separate houses, I have means. I can get the money if I need it. I can borrow it and get to Australia. And if I'd have known that they were living in separate houses, I would have been there, because I just couldn't go there with her husband there, because I know how that ends every time. Like I say, I'd been there probably 4 or 5 times, and every time it ended bad with him. So I know I couldn't go there as long as they were living together. And now I just found out, that she was living at a farm and he's living at their beachside house, the home that they have there.
Yeah.
And just say that nobody's seen the
It
kid.
must have been lonely for her.
Mr. Roberts,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, how would you like your daughter to be remembered? There's so much being written about her at the moment, but how would you like her to be remembered?
As someone who actually got out of a bad situation and made a good situation out of it, that she was helping a lot of other young girls that were feeling the pain of what goes on with people like that. You see it every day. I mean, with the illegals and everything else that's been in our country. And, I think she's strong, very strong. And that's why I don't think she committed suicide. She had too much to live for. She had her foundation.
And to those who
I wanted to be remembered as a very strong-willed person that
and to those, Mr. Roberts, who doubt her word and think she was lying, what do you say to them?
That people thinks she was lying.
Yeah. Some people do, including one of
Well,
my guests.
no, like I feel terribly, like you're obviously seeing Sky here, but I do remember, Sky, you said to actually, I think it might have been Piers Morgan, or it was a breakfast show where you said that she told good stories, like she basically had lied a lot in her life, so you didn't believe everything she told you.
I don't think I ever said that.
It was on
I
a
know I was
breakfast
on
show.
Good Morning Britain.
Yeah, there's
Yes, I was
quotes.
on Good Morning Britain, but I believed everything she said. You know, I mean, she was my daughter, and yeah, I know kids lie. You know, most kids do, but you usually can tell. I could never lie to my father ever, and she knew that. And I told her, never lie to me, never say anything that you can't say to me. You know, just tell me the truth. You know.
Well, Mr. Roberts, listen, I really appreciate you coming on the program tonight, and you said a lot of things, and it'll raise a lot of questions. But I really appreciate it. And I have to remember you're a father who's lost a daughter. And as a father of a daughter myself, it's an unimaginable loss, notwithstanding the complexities of your relationship over the years. So I just want to extend again on behalf of everyone here, our deepest condolences to you.
Thank you very much.
I think that was pretty good. Virginia was a strong young lady. Yeah, she was. I feel terrible what has happened to her. Terrible. Okay, we have one more Epstein video that I want to play. And then maybe Karen Reed. We'll see. Because I have a few other
a bit more about what exactly agents might be having to slog through. But this also comes as authorities announce a sweeping child predator bust. We're getting into all of it right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
This is about
Hey everybody, this is another long crime legal alert. So lawsuits allege that antacid use has been linked to
Okay.
Homer, chairman of the right-wing FBI uncovered regarding Epstein. Now, much
Sorry, I have to rewind it to the part about Epstein.
It's related to the investigation into infamous pedophile and disgraced billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, who, as we know, died in a New York jail cell while awaiting his trial on sex trafficking charges. And since then, there has been this growing call for federal authorities to release everything, to release previously top secret details about what the FBI uncovered regarding Epstein. Now, much of what we do know about Epstein's alleged trafficking enterprise was learned from court documents that were related to criminal and civil proceedings against Epstein's madam and one-time girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell. She was convicted of sex trafficking, currently locked up in prison in Florida. Pretty much all the information that Bondi released to the public back in February was already known. It wasn't a bombshell. These were things like flight logs and Epstein's contact book, which honestly infuriated a lot of people, and infuriated particularly a lot on the right, like right-wing influencers like Laura Loomer, Florida Representative Anna Paulina Luna. They accused the AG of essentially lying to the American people and even said she should resign. So what happens? May 6th, conservative commentator Benny Johnson uploaded an episode of his podcast called The Benny Show, where Representative James Comer, chairman of the House Oversight Committee, spoke about this delay. And he said in part, quote, "I don't think the Department of Justice has them, or at least the Attorney General does not have them, or she would have turned them over." Now, Congressman Comer said something very similar a few weeks ago when speaking with Cheryl Atkinson for the new show Full Measure. He said at the time, "I hope they're not shredding documents." So that was apparently in reference to a theory that the Biden administration was possibly destroying evidence before the transition in January. And he also commented, was our government involved in this? Were they potentially blackmailing some of the most influential people in the United States or in the world? And if that was the case, I find it hard to believe that any type of evidence of that would still be in existence. So one day after the clip from The Benny Show aired, Attorney General Pam Bondi was answering questions from a gaggle of reporters when one asked about Comer's comments.
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm the status of them? We still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume. And that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
Hundreds of victims, thousands of videos. Imagine that. Now, is it true? Maybe, maybe not. Let's talk about it. So to talk about this, I want to bring in Jeremy Eldridge, a criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, has experience in these kinds of child pornography cases. Jeremy, so good to see you. Thanks for taking the time. What do you make of this response from AG Bondi?
It's wildly unsurprising. Not only has the Republican Party consistently touted the same theme of prosecuting sex offenders and uncovering the Epstein files, there's been this long push for the public to gain awareness about what was actually going on the island, whether there were people that should have been prosecuted that weren't, and frankly, where there are elected officials and or famous people, and the public has a vested interest in finding out who they are, what they did, and whether there's any criminal liability.
You got to walk me through what they're looking at. So if you take her word as true, and you're looking at maybe videos upon videos upon videos of, purported underage victims being abused, you have a team that has to go through all that. And what do? They redact it? Do they redact the time codes? Is there anything of that video that's actually going to be able to be released? Because, AG Bondi made it clear she doesn't want the victims to be identified. And I don't blame her. That's the right way to go about this. But how does the actual review and redaction process work?
Well, let's take the last question first, which is whether this material, if uncovered, makes its way into the public sphere. And the answer is likely no. There are protections afforded to the victims of crime like this, regardless of whether this activity occurred 10 or 20 years ago, such that if there are videos made of this material, they may be shown in a courtroom as far as a prosecution is concerned, but even then, the public's access to that courtroom may not be unfettered. And so it's unlikely that the material itself will come out. But what they're looking for, which is the bigger question, is there was really no effort to hide the affiliation between Epstein and a lot of these, for instance, former presidents, famous actors. So there was no effort to hide any of that. There are meticulous plane records, as you brought up, and travel documents. But when it comes down to what happened in these rooms, that a lot of people are theorizing occurred as far as the sexual child abuse, which is what it comes down to, taking advantage of minors, that material we may never know unless, number one, it's uncovered. Number two, they can actually prosecute the individuals who committed the conduct. Otherwise, we may never find them.
So what about this? In an effort to be transparent, is it possible they would release a tape that has a blurred out vision, a blurred out face of the alleged minor victim? You have whoever that other person might be, let's say it's Jeffrey Epstein. They take the video of them walking into a room together, cut it, and then the video of them leaving the room or something like that. I have no idea. I'm just saying. Or they provide no video for the public, but they do a document list and a video description for each one of those videos. Is that possible?
I think you're 100% right on the second option, which is more in line what we would call a proffer or an offer of proof, to say, this is the material that was uncovered. This is what we believe that material shows. And then they'll label each victim as, for instance, victim number one or Jane Doe, is they want to protect the innocence or frankly the identity of that individual. What also has to be known for the public is that the reason that child pornography, which is what this would be, can't be released to the public is that the dissemination of such material, frankly, constitutes a secondary crime. So the possession of it by the government in itself obviously isn't a crime because they might be prosecuting that behavior. However, its release into the public could constitute a secondary crime. And that's why you never see it done publicly. But to your point, there's an easy way to disseminate this information, to build public trust in the fact that they're investigating it, if they are, and then to release some of this information publicly without harming victims.
Do you think if there was evidence of something being destroyed or something not being released, we would know that?
That's certainly a possibility. If they obtain an advice, the infamous Hunter Biden's laptop, right? And nothing is available, but you might see that files were deleted, or you don't know how meticulous some of this organization was. if they were keeping a library of these videos to potentially blackmail or extort an individual in the future, and they had names of videos so you can see the names of the file, but you can't necessarily see the file anymore, that could be something that may constitute evidence, or at least show that there was in fact this library of recordings, but they may not be able to cover videos. But these days, the federal government has shown pretty broad success in being able to recover electronic information that the accused thought was deleted, but in fact was not.
And you heard the theory, right? One of the reasons there's a delay is because, is it possible the U.S. government was using this to blackmail people, right? And, you don't want this to come out, and that's why there's a delay, and the government might have been behind that. You think there's anything to that?
Look, there are never a shortage of conspiracy theories as they surround Epstein. The photographs of him and former presidents, titans of industry, and famous actors certainly help propound these theories. But as far as the United States government engaging in this conduct, it seems a little far-fetched on mine.
Do you think any of the delay has to do with any of potentially high-profile people who are either on these videos, described in these videos, connected to these videos? I know AG Bondi said it has to do with the content of it, right? It has to do with, minors being abused here. But do you think there's something else? Again, one of the theories is it's because who may be on those tapes. That's why you see the delay. And again, this is unverified. We cannot confirm this any which way, but I got to ask you.
No, I think you're right. There is no doubt, although the public may not want to acknowledge it, that there could be a delay because of some of the people associated with this conduct. I mean, even locally, there was a prosecution in Baltimore, Maryland of a madam, or you could go to the larger prosecution of Heidi Fleiss in New York. That when the public sees a famous madam prosecuted, the public gains interest, and you start wondering, who are these high-profile clients? Are we going to see them in court? And magically, as in with Heidi Fleiss, we never saw a lot of the famous individuals that were on that list. And yet the public was salivating, waiting for that information to be released. So the same thing occurs here. The mystery surrounding these sorts of cases is unlike almost any other type of prosecution, because the public wants to know who was there. We've seen pictures of Epstein with several presidents that are still alive. Why don't we know if they were involved in conduct? And so everyone thinks if a famous person was associated with Jeffrey Epstein, then were they engaged in that conduct? Is there proof of it? And if there is, we want to see it. And that's not going to stop.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because when we did the breakdown of the first document release, like even if there's a client log, there's a contact book, it doesn't mean that they're clients. It doesn't mean that they're connected to any purported illegal activity or anything like that. This is a guy who was very well connected and knew a lot of people. Now, obviously, no one wants to be associated with him. It's toxic. But just to make that caveat, by the way, from a human point of view, I have to say, the agents who are reviewing this material, what a human toll that is. I used to do doc review when I was.
I said that about the Maddie Soto case. I'm like, oh, the people reviewing that must be
a practicing lawyer, but it was like litigation. And yeah, it was time consuming going through that, but it was nothing like this. To go through this material, my gosh, I also wonder if one of the delays is we need a break to go through that. We just need a second to compose ourselves. I always wonder that in criminal cases, prosecutors, investigators having to go through this material, they may need a breathing room from it.
I would love to say that whether it's local law enforcement or federal law enforcement that's engaging in this investigation, that there are guardrails put up to essentially prevent a psychological toll from impacting the individual reviewing the footage. But the fact of the matter is there really isn't. What it really comes down to is that a lot of the investigators, and I've handled these cases as a prosecutor, I've handled them as a defense attorney on both the state and federal level. I've had to go into these rooms and review footage on behalf of my clients. And frankly, it's wildly unpleasant, and it does take a toll. So a lot of what we're trained to do, whether you're sitting on either side of the table, is to get up and take a break, frankly. Yeah. And that's what's done oftentimes with agents. They rotate them through. That also goes to the agents that are engaged in undercover work that might be online in chat rooms pretending to be young girls trying to see whether adults are going to invite them into sexual activity. It's the same thing, but it certainly takes a psychological toll. I know, for instance, there are federal agencies that offer counseling services. I know they try to rotate people through that division, but a lot of people don't want to do that work. A lot of people, once they have kids, don't want to engage in the prosecution of these crimes or the investigation of them. So it really takes a very special human, and I mean that in a wonderful way, to be involved in these sorts of cases because of the psychological toll. It's unlike any other work that is done in our field.
That's a good point. By the way, we have an update on a lawsuit that was filed against the U.S. government by a group.
Okay. I'm gonna play. We've had enough of Epstein. I'm gonna play 2 random clips of random crimes, true crime clips. This one that I'm gonna play next is there was a SpaceX engineer who is being accused of unaliving his wife. I'm not sure if you guys have watched about that case or watched anything or know about it. It's Samuel Whittemore, and he allegedly murdered his wife Margot and injured his mother during a visit in Maine in February. And he's a SpaceX engineer. So now, sorry, I'm putting my headphones. The judge basically found him unfit for trial. So he has to go into like a mental health facility so he can be like rehabilitated. So it's interesting. It's like 20 minutes. What is that recently? Yeah, it is. I think I have to sneeze. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't recently. I believe, yes, it was recently. Is Happy Mother's Day appropriate? No. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers out there, yes. But no, I'm not a mother. Okay, let me see. I think it's an interesting case. Let's see.
The report of Dr. Riley, which I reviewed, and the court will make a finding that Mr. Whittemore currently is not competent to stand trial.
A former SpaceX engineer accused of murdering his wife has now been deemed incompetent to stand trial. Samuel Whittemore allegedly murdered his wife Margot and injured his mother during a visit to his parents' home in Reedfield, Maine back in February. Despite the couple's seemingly idyllic life, their story took a tragic turn. I'm going to break down everything we know and the shocking complexities of this case. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
This is kind of a really interesting case.
Maine man has been deemed incompetent to stand trial after he allegedly murdered his wife and injured his own mother. And this is a horrible, horrible tragedy that's left police and the community with a lot more questions than answers. We're back with an update in a case that we covered previously on Sidebar. This is of Samuel Whittemore, a 34-year-old SpaceX engineer from Belfast, Maine. On April 16th, the judge ruled he was incompetent to stand trial for the murder of his wife, Margot DeWin Whittemore. Now, I might be mispronouncing her maiden name, but I believe since it's Vietnamese, there are a lot of different ways you can pronounce it, so I apologize there. And the decision followed a psychological evaluation that was ordered after he was arrested. And when we talk about competency, generally we're talking about someone lacking the capacity to understand the legal proceedings or assist in their own defense. So instead, he is going to be committed to a psychiatric facility for further treatment. And we're going to get into more what this means for future legal proceedings. But first, I want to take a step back to that violent February morning that unfolded in Reedfield, Maine. On February 19th, police responded to a 911 call at the Whittemore family home. This is where his parents lived, and his mother, 67-year-old Dorothy Whittemore, was home. When police arrived, they encountered a disturbing scene. According to a statement released by the Maine police, quote, upon arrival, troopers discovered a deceased adult female outside the house. The deceased has been identified as 32-year-old Margot Whittemore of Belfast. Responding officers found 67-year-old Dorothy Whittemore, the homeowner, suffering from injuries inside the residence.
This crazy.
She was transported to Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston, where she was listed in critical condition. Now, Whittemore's father, Henry, wasn't home at the time this all went down, but Margot's death was ruled a homicide. It is interesting, though, because a cause of death has not yet been released. In fact, that's according to reporting from WMTW. Although it is worth mentioning that according to reporting from Shore News, oddly, Margot was apparently found without any clothes on. Even though Margot was tragically killed, Dorothy fortunately managed to make a recovery. And while police say Whittemore attempted to make things a bit more difficult for them, they were ultimately able to track him down. The statement reads, the suspect, 34-year-old Samuel Whittemore of Belfast, fled the scene, was taken into custody by a trooper a short distance away. He was transported to Maine General Hospital in Augusta for an evaluation and has since been transported to the Kennebec County Jail, where he has been charged with murder. And yes, Whittemore has been charged with murder, attempted murder, and aggravated assault. Now, before we even get into the latest in this case, the competency ruling, this is not the first time that we have addressed this issue in this case. No, rather, there were concerns about Whittemore's mental state initially. That delayed court proceedings. His first hearing ended up being postponed after his lawyers cited a competency issue, and that prompted the judge to order an evaluation. And in our own research, we couldn't find any evidence to indicate that Whittemore had this prior history of violence. There were no media reports to appear to suggest that he had.
I really want to know more
about
no
prior
this
mental health
and his
crisis
life.
that were reported on either. But this all leads us back to April 16th, where Justice Michaela Murphy ruled that Whittemore was not fit to stand trial.
The court will rely upon the report of Dr. Riley, which I reviewed, and the court will make a finding that Mr. Whittemore currently is not competent to stand trial. The court is going to order him committed to the custody of the Department of Health and Human Services for restoration of confidence. We will.
This SpaceX engineer unalived his wife randomly, allegedly, and now he's not being fit to stand trial. Like this.
Received reports.
I'm just blown away by this case.
From the hospital in 30, 60, and then 180 days.
Hey, everybody, this is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed
no.
to test disease? Both parties here, they apparently agreed prior that Whittemore was unfit to stand trial. That is based on a report from a medical expert, forensic psychologist, Dr. Robert Riley. Now, the ruling means that Whittemore is going to be retained in the custody of the Department of Health and Human Services, and he's going to be sent to either one of two facilities, either the Dorothea Dix Psychiatric Center in Bangor or
I've worked in the psych field before, so I'm very, very interested.
Riverview Psychiatric Center in Augusta, all in an effort to treat him so that he can eventually stand trial, to restore his competency. And according to centralmaine.com, the court is going to receive updates in intervals, 30, 60, and then 180 days. So before we go any further, I want to bring on a guest to the show who we haven't had on in quite some time, but good to see him nonetheless. Jack Rice, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, former CIA officer. Jack, so good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time. In your experience, what are the key factors that courts consider when determining a defendant's competency to stand trial?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the program. This is a really difficult conversation for a lot of people because there's always that tension between, well, who did it versus who do you hold responsible and what do you do with the mental health question, with the competency question? It depends upon the jurisdiction, Jesse. Some jurisdictions look at this and they will simply say that, do they really understand what the charges are and can they help their lawyers, essentially? Can they work within their own defense? But there's other standards that are out there that technically talk about whether they knew it was right or wrong. Now, that isn't the case as I understand it in Maine. In this case, it really has to do with understanding the charges and really helping in their defense with their attorney. And in this case, they're really looking at that psychological history. They're obviously going to be looking at the competency questions as we sit. But frequently what you will find is there is a long history of this, and it's complicated.
That's what I'm curious about, the long history and what was going on psychologically.
Because we realize allegedly his mother was one of those victims. Their father peripherally would have been too. But my guess is that they will have been able to provide a lot of history. And that history would have been something that would have been useful to the psychiatrists who are trying to make that determination.
Let's say he didn't have a history of mental illness, commits this crime, then has a competency issue. You can look at that, seems so skeptical. But then again, I mean, if he really did commit this crime, killed his wife, attacked his mother, you might be saying there could be a mental health issue at play here. So would it be strange, though, if there really was nothing in his past and all of a sudden now is when there's a serious mental health issue?
You know, not necessarily. I think it depends. Every single case is different. And I think there are those times when if there is no history, what you will see frequently on the prosecution side is, oh, this is something else. And I've seen this sometimes from psychiatrists who will be extraordinarily hesitant to actually go along with that incompetency conclusion if they don't have that history. And yet it absolutely does happen. For instance, I realize he's 34 years old, but an example of that would be you will sometimes see, typically more in men who are that 19, 20, 21, 22 age, you start seeing schizophrenia. And we've seen that with no history at all. It just comes out of nowhere. At the same time, we have absolutely seen circumstances where there were simply no diagnoses.
Yeah, I want to know more.
That doesn't mean that the mental illness, that doesn't mean that the mental health
Yes,
issues
Natasha, I'm doing it too.
weren't actually there. There's always a third option, and that could be some physiological change. Is there something that has happened to him, meaning everything from a blow to the head to a tumor to something else, that can actually change behavior? And that can be something else in addition to that history issue, or something that has happened internally that isn't outside of what has happened to them physiologically.
How do they restore his competency? I mean, what kind of treatment do they engage in at these psychiatric hospitals? And how often is that successful?
Well, that is a wonderful question, because sometimes it's very hard to get the statistics on something like that. Remember, what we're talking about here is this. Certainly in Maine, we're talking about the question of whether or not you can even do this. Because ultimately, if you can't restore competency here, what you're going to see is a dismissal of the charges. That doesn't mean somebody would necessarily walk free, if you will, but they're trying to make the determination of whether they can. Now, sometimes we've seen, think the Lori Vallow case as an example, where we had mental illness questions. She was found to be incompetent, and then this effort to actually go through the process of bringing her back to competency. Sometimes it has to do with drugs. Frequently, what they will do is there will be a drug issue. There is something missing here that will bring that person back. That may be the case here. At this point, we don't know what they're going to conclude or what they're going to do, or whether or not they can even be successful at doing so with Mr. Whittemore.
And how do you know it doesn't lapse? I mean, maybe if it is a medication issue, right? You make sure they stay on the schedule. That's the solution. But if it's not that, you've seen cases before, I'm sure, where somebody deemed incompetent, then deemed competent, then deemed incompetent. It's a back and forth.
Yeah, I have absolutely seen this in cases of my own, where somebody was found incompetent, they restored them to competency, and then they slide back into incompetency in the first place. We have to remember, there are a lot of things that can trigger this. There are a lot of things that can drive somebody towards incompetence. I mean, sometimes people don't realize, we'll watch these trials from the comfort of our own armchairs, and the intensity of a trial is an extraordinary thing. You're dealing with a murder case, and I can tell you from first experience that you're dealing with a murder case and what that can do to somebody who doesn't have mental illness, who's somebody who doesn't have a competency question. It can drive them in ways which is actually quite extraordinary. You can see people start to crack. Now, let's imagine somebody who is precariously brought back to competency, and now you start bringing all of those circumstances in and around them, and what that can do. By the way, that ignores the question of where were they at the time of the alleged acts, whether they were competent at the time versus whether they are even competent now to essentially face the charge.
Yeah, we're watching the Karen Reed trial here too. I was supposed to play her next, but it's pretty long and I'm a little behind, but we are keeping up with that. So if I don't play it tonight, I'll probably do
charges that they're dealing with, and whether or not they can actually help and understand and deal with their lawyers to help defend themselves.
That's a very fair question. And, you know, the counter argument is you always have to be worried about malingering. Is somebody just, you know, malingering, making up symptoms, faking it to make sure they don't seek justice?
But see, that's really the issue, isn't it? I mean, what's interesting, and it's been my experience for doing this for almost 30 years, is that one of the things that we see is there are some people who don't believe in mental illness. It's true. They don't. They think it's all a ruse. There are other people who can be on the other end of that spectrum. But the problem is sometimes it's very, very difficult, because it's easy when you have a broken bone to just run it through an x-ray and say, boom, there's the radius, there's the ulna, boom, broken bones. you may not get that objective MRI that says this person lacks competency. In fact, it's almost certain you're not going to get that. And so what you get is a much more subjective view based upon a lot of experience, but it is still more subjective. And as a result of that, it makes these very difficult. Then you layer over that a dead body. And it's that dead body that people are saying, somebody has to pay for this. And now you're saying you're incompetent. So you're going to get that pushback, that tension that always exists. And frankly, if you want to find mentally ill people, let me take you into jails all day long, because they exist in vast numbers and you can find them so commonly. Now, remember, there is a distinction between being mentally ill and being incompetent. They are different than one another, except sometimes, dare I use this phrase, they do bleed together. And they also slide back and forth, as you've just been alluding to.
Can we get into a little bit more of the circumstances of this actual alleged crime? First of all, do you find it strange that we don't know the cause of death yet?
I do. And I do, because sometimes in police investigations, what will happen is they won't disclose certain facts. They won't disclose certain things, partially because they're looking for they're looking for the alleged perpetrator. And so what they're doing is they're simply disclosing certain aspects of this. Well, this isn't that circumstance, at least based upon the fact that they've already charged him. They should have a lot more. It's odd to me that we're not seeing that much more, because one of the aspects about the criminal justice system, whether it's in Maine or Cincinnati, Florida, or California, is that what we like to see is transparency.
Well,
it's not
the court records in this case. The court records in this case are impounded, apparently, so we can't view anything, not even the docket information. Why would that be?
Right. That's the weird part. Now, sometimes there's the part of me that wonders,
I'm really interested
how do you use the mental health piece to wrap it around this, to say, is there some sort of, dare I use this phrase, because we've had to deal with this in our practice regularly, is HIPAA. You start talking about mental health issues and mental illness issues, but that shouldn't actually wrap all the way around the fact that somebody was objectively murdered in front of their mother-in-law's home. I'm not suggesting that Mr.
Are you
Whittemore
familiar
did
with the
that.
case, Brian?
But what I am suggesting is that if somebody were killed in front of their home in a particular way, we're not suggesting necessarily that it was the husband or that it was anybody else. But the facts are what the facts are. And that's part of the transparency piece. And I think there is a little bit of heartburn that a lot of Americans have.
Is it being talked about a lot?
I thought it might have something to do with the fact, the police reporting that Margot was found with no clothes on. That's very sensitive aspect to this, and it makes you wonder what might have been going on here.
Well, that's a great question. And yet what I've seen is salacious facts come out all the time. And the
were they in the middle of having
idea that something is salacious, so what you're going to do is protect a victim from something. And my thought process on that is I see those disclosures constantly. And it's actually slightly troubling if what you get is a police department who is saying, oh, well, this is salacious or this is disrespectful to a victim in a case. So therefore, we have decided that we're not going to disclose that. I understand the limitations when you have juveniles. I do. I understand the limitations of that. But when it comes to adults, generally speaking, we don't see that. Those disclosures come out. Certainly, I've seen this in some pretty horrifying murder cases, some horrifying rape cases, some others where you would think, wow, nobody wants to read this. And yet there is.
Me and a lot of people here think.
Let's talk a little bit more about these two. So Samuel Whittemore, if you look at his LinkedIn profile, it reveals that he previously served as a senior avionics systems engineer at SpaceX, the private aerospace company founded by Elon Musk. SpaceX's mission centers on reducing space transportation costs, facilitating the colonization of Mars. But Whittemore was a graduate of MIT, had a degree in mechanical engineering, describes himself as a passionate engineer and sailor with experience in flight critical instrumentation and marine operations. He's also noted as the captain of the SV Havili, a 50-foot sailboat that he apparently sailed across the Pacific, making stops in Mexico, French Polynesia, New Zealand, Hawaii. And here's the thing. Aside from his accomplishments and clearly a bright guy, before these tragic events unfolded, the
Why did he
Whitmores
kill
appeared to
his
be
wife?
living a great
And now
life.
he's
According to
incompetent?
social media posts and reporting like from Bangor Daily News, Samuel and Margot met in 2021. They were married on September 8th, 2024 at Acadia National Park. Margot, in fact, shared a heartfelt message from their wedding, writing, "Am I dreaming? In the heart of the Pacific, where the ocean breathes, two souls met in a dance of reality. When are we going sailing together? Forever." Samuel is tagged in the post, and their social media accounts depict a couple that is passionate about world travel, sharing numerous adventures together. Margot documented a trip that the couple took together in November 2023, as well as a journey to Colorado with a friend in September of the same year. And Jack, that's what makes this really, really chilling. I mean, we don't know the circumstances surrounding this. We don't know what an apparent motive would be. How do prosecutors approach that? How do they work looking at this evidence? And maybe does the defense use this to their advantage as well?
Great questions all. Jesse, I think about this issue, and it's a great question for this reason to me, is that I think about this issue a lot because as a criminal defense attorney and as a former prosecutor, I've had to. Maybe it's human nature.
It's not been talked
human
about.
nature, I think, tells us that good people do great things and that bad people do bad things and that monsters are monsters. And it's just that simple. You just have to figure out which one they are. That's it. The problem is that's not true. That's not how the world works, and that's not how human beings work. What we will regularly find, and here's a perfect example.
Was he always?
He apparently is an extraordinary human being. I mean, truly, in the sense that he is outside of what is ordinary. Contemplate the capability of somebody like this, or at least when he was competent, maybe even if he were incompetent, because in aspects of his life, he was doing things that you and I collectively together could never do. Right. I mean, that may very well be the case. So you have that aspect. And what's going to happen is that jurors sometimes, and I still see this, they will see monsters as all monster, or all hero, and they don't see the distinction. So if you think about how you prosecute or defend this, I think the prosecution has to be able to talk about the holistic nature of human beings and about the ability of people to do all of these things. Good people doing horrible things, horrific things, all of that. From a defense perspective, does this, you use exactly all of those issues and that you just described about this relationship, does this sound like somebody who then all of a sudden magically on a singular day, months after this amazing heartfult email, brutally kills their wife and brutally tries to kill their mother? That doesn't jive. There I use the sailing analogy, but it doesn't fit to what that perspective is. And so sometimes you start talking to a jury about how they see the world, and you're trying to find those consistencies or inconsistencies to drive them down the path you're trying to drive them, whether you're prosecuting or defending.
And look, from just a human point of view, with all that being said, despite how open the couple appeared online, it seems, based on the reporting, that Margot's family didn't really know a whole lot about Mr. Whittemore, because Margot's cousin, Roger Risley, told WCSH, as far as the information we have right now is that Sam is a killer, and we are frustrated and angry. Margot, who was originally from France, apparently moved to Belfast, Maine to start a new life with Samuel, but Risley told the media he didn't really know anything about him, saying, "Sam, I don't know much about his history. I never got the opportunity to actually meet him." This is according to ABC 13. Now, Risley lived in Houston, quite a ways from Maine, but he told the press that he and Margot were close. They had practically grown up together. And when this tragedy struck, Risley says he was left without anything to go off of, telling the media To go from 0 to 100 like that, that's the biggest question for all of us. It's just mind-boggling. You would think there would be signs.
I want to
think that's a
know.
really, really fair question to have here. Now,
I
Mr.
think there
Risley
was
has also
signs
started a GoFundMe
or
page to
something.
honor his cousin's memory. And as of April 22nd, the fundraiser has accrued over $18,000 of its $20,000 goal. We're going to put it up here too. And in remembering Margot,
Dang,
Risley
they're almost
wrote,
at
growing
their
up in
goal.
France, Margot developed a deep appreciation for culture, art, and exploration. That love carried her across the world, from the beaches she adored to the many places where she made lifelong connections. She had so many talents, speaking multiple languages, playing guitar, singing beautifully. And she combined her artistic soul with a brilliant mind, earning her master's degree and inspiring others with her wisdom and curiosity. But beyond her brilliance and creativity, Margot had a quick wit and a wonderful sense of humor. She could light up any room with her laughter and make even the hardest days brighter. Her kindness, strength, and ability to empower those around her, especially women, made her unforgettable. So Whittemore's case paused indefinitely. We'll see what happens with the competency issue, but at the end of the day, we are at a loss. The world has lost somebody who was truly special. Jack Rice.
Paused indefinitely. I'm gonna try to deep dive that on my channel. Okay, one more video I want to play to get to Karen Reed Day 8, but I don't know if I can because it's already super late here, but I'm gonna play this Microdots video. Microdots has a great channel if you don't follow, and puts out lots of Karen Reed content. Really,
you gotta understand something, dude. Microdots is a fucking force.
If we don't watch if I don't watch continue the Karen Reed trial tonight, we'll definitely do it tomorrow.
Every moment preceded by another. That's why in criminal investigations,
Let's play a little bit of this.
detectives begin at the moment the crime occurred and work backward, piecing together what led up to it. The closer an event in time and space
so
to
talented.
the more critical it becomes. In the Reed case, there exists a
Karen
rare
Reed.
and invaluable piece of evidence. The Waterfall video. A 75-minute continuous recording capturing the victim and the small group of people he interacted with before suffering fatal injuries. Rather than analyze its contents fully, investigators treated it as little more than a tool to tally Karen's drinks. Had they truly wanted to solve the crime, they would have done exactly what we are about to do.
We're gonna play a little bit of this, and you guys can go watch over on his channel.
It's nearly 2 minutes to midnight. At the Waterfall bar, the Albert and McCabe party decide it's time to leave. They gather their belongings and start moving towards the door. Chris Albert is being playful with Jen McCabe, hiding her jacket behind his back. He hugs his niece Caitlin goodbye, since he is not attending the after party.
This is wild.
John is facing the bar, attending to the check. Karen is engaged in conversation with Karina. Karina and husband Nick have remained supportive of her innocence since the beginning. On the date this occurred, they had known both John and the McCabes for years. As Brian Albert, his brother, Selectman Chris Albert, and ATF agent Brian Higgins move towards the exit, an interesting exchange occurs. We will watch the next 20 seconds uninterrupted, then break it down frame by frame. Let's watch again, looking closer, and try to determine what exactly is happening. Brian Higgins is looking in John's direction. Chris Albert says something to sister-in-law, Nicole, as she steps towards the door. Daughter Caitlin Albert is closest to the exit. Brian Albert enters frame right. Brian and Nicole continue.
Is this a setup?
We
Yeah,
see Higgins focused, like a laser beam on John.
allegedly.
And Chris Albert's attention has now shifted directly onto Higgins, appearing to sense what he is about to do.
Yeah, I think someone had it out.
Higgins
for
goes to
John.
raise his arm and shout to the victim. But
Upside
before
down,
he can
okay.
even bring it above his waist, Chris Albert aggressively grabs his forearm, preventing it from happening. The significance of Chris Albert's actions cannot be overstated. They reveal clear prior knowledge, an unmistakable anticipation of hostility directed towards John. There is simply no other valid way to
Microdot
explain how Chris would know what Higgins was about to do before he did it. I'm not suggesting anyone intended to kill John, only that there had to have been prior discussion, if not some form of coordinated plan to confront him. Now, we can operate under the assumption that these three men know something about John's future that we do not. Chris grabs Higgins by the arm, turning him back around to face him directly. This unexpected outburst from his brother catches Brian's attention. And Higgins
This video is by Microdots and puts out amazing Karen Reid
whipping his
content.
head toward Chris, seems just as taken aback by the sudden hostility as we are. Notice that Chris is grasping Higgins' shirt so tightly that you can see tension in the fabric. And as much tension on his face. Chris pushes Higgins' arm down to his side. He fixes him with a hard, unflinching stare. Chris releases his grip. Higgins turns his head toward Brian, deferring to his authority and seeking his approval. But Chris steps squarely in front of Higgins and puts both of his hands on him again. Higgins is rattled. Brian raises his palms facing upward, a universal gesture of confusion, questioning Chris's protest. Higgins continues to fix his gaze on John, peering over Chris's right shoulder. Meanwhile, Chris stands in a posture strikingly similar to that of a bouncer stepping in to defuse a confrontation. Higgins steps back and shifts his focus again to Chris,
This is intense.
prompting Chris to release his grip on Higgins' left arm for the second time. Higgins stares blankly. The two men exchange a few words as Chris gestures towards the exit. Chris is trying to assert control over the situation. However, both men turn their attention to Brian Albert as he intervenes.
Hey, Robert.
Brian challenges Chris's position with his voice and body, causing Chris to throw up his arms in frustration. There's clearly a disagreement between the Albert brothers. It appears that Chris either disapproved of Higgins confronting John altogether, or he was uncomfortable with him doing it so publicly. I lean towards the latter. Ultimately, however, it is Brian who holds authority and makes the final decisions. Chris is overruled by his older brother. Higgins has the green light and is allowed to continue. Chris submits, but is still clearly on edge. As the brothers settle the matter with a few final words, Higgins presses on, shifting his focus back to John. Even with reduced resolution and a tight zoom, Higgins' agitation is unmistakable. He appears to be incensed, clearly gesturing.
I think Higgins
"Let's go."
was jealous of John and
He
was in
briefly
love with
makes eye
Karen.
contact with Brian Albert, puts his hand to his forehead. Chris guides Higgins towards the door, touching his back, using his body as a physical barrier. But Higgins isn't done. Chris watches him closely. Higgins remains preoccupied with John, while Chris maintains a stance resembling someone preventing a confrontation. Pay close attention to the next sequence of frames. You'll see Chris appear to say something to Higgins, likely a command such as go or okay. In response, Higgins shows clear defiance, stepping past Chris and openly calling out to John in full view of everyone. Here we go.
Yeah, there's
Chris
definitely something going on here.
And puts
that
his
is-
hand on Higgins' back to guide him out for the second time. Now, Higgins will react defiantly, ignore Chris, step past him and attempt to get John's attention vocally and by waving and pointing. Higgins defies Chris's instruction to get going. Chris is not happy with this. His stare is ice cold and locked on Higgins. Higgins sidesteps Chris and is animated. Then Chris turns to look at John to see what his reaction is. But John
So
still dealing with
basically, what he's trying to do is prove that there was a confrontation and that there was something going on at the bar, at the Waterfall bar, or wherever they're at. And that's what led. That's like that's what led to John being set up and beat up or attacked, etc.
paying his tab,
Allegedly.
has seen nothing. Not yet.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to
That's
him
from the
about
first
coming over
trial.
to physical therapy?
No.
Neither Brian Higgins, Chris Albert, or Brian Albert ever acknowledged what we are seeing with our own eyes. Now, picking up exactly where we left off, there's a few things that happen worth pointing out. First, we'll focus on Higgins. Let's watch it at normal speed, then take it frame by frame. And we'll sync it with a close-up of John to gauge his
He looks
reaction.
so good on his
Now
video.
is a crucial moment to remind you. It's 11:58 p.m. In about 30 minutes, John will be fatally injured. Cue the tape. In 3, 2, 1.
Look at them. Like, what are they doing? What? Whoa, I've never seen this.
Let's watch it again, slow it down, and look a wee bit closer. Higgins is desperately trying to get John's attention, but John still has his back turned. By the time John turns to look, Higgins has shifted his gaze to Brian Albert, likely pointing at Brian while telling John to go to his home at 34 Fairview Road. Then, as Higgins turns back toward John, he sees that John has already looked away, prompting Higgins to abort the next hand gesture he was just about to make. Higgins looks and sees members of the band carrying equipment out, then steps back to give them space to pass. Then, he finally makes direct eye contact with John. He points outside, telling John to come to Brian Albert's home. His posture rigid, and each motion he makes is laced with tension. John says something back to him, then glances over to Matt, who seems to have also witnessed the interaction.
I wish we knew.
Consider how determined Higgins was to deliver the message to John. He endured a tense confrontation with Chris Albert, made multiple unsuccessful attempts to catch John's attention, and deliberately lingered behind the rest of his group, refusing to leave until he was absolutely certain the message had been received. Karen and Karina were so deeply engaged in conversation that they remained completely unaware of everything that had just unfolded around them. John is smiling. Whatever message Higgins was trying to send, it clearly didn't land with the weight he intended. John appears relaxed and confident, an important detail, as this reflects his mindset just before he would enter 34 Fairview.
This is intense.
John leans over to Matt, who is just out of view, likely making another comment about the outburst. Then appears to say something about it to Chris Albert and Jen McCabe, before he is interrupted by the bartender to sign the check. In exactly 22 minutes, sent from the crime scene, Higgins texts John a message that, viewed in context, takes on a sinister tone.
Are you coming here?
That text, combined with the footage we've just reviewed, should have made Brian Higgins the primary suspect of John's murder. We've established that Brian Higgins and Chris Albert seemed to have prior knowledge of a confrontation with John. But for that to be true, we would expect to see some evidence of it earlier in the night. Now, we will rewind the tape 9 minutes to find just that. It's getting late and the bar will be closing soon. John is standing here with Karen, who has her back facing us. They are speaking to Jen McCabe. Brian, Albert, and Brian Higgins are standing here and appear relaxed. Roll the film, please. Chris Albert approaches Brian and Higgins. Everything seems normal at first. They smirk. The three men's body language changes. They speak closely and glance towards John and Karen.
Wow. I've never watched it like this, close up like this.
Chris looks directly at them. Then he pivots back, engaging in conversation with more discretion than before.
I'm going to say only a little bit more.
Chris leans in to listen to Brian.
Okay. If you want to watch the rest of that, go watch it over at Microdots. I'm ending the live. It's a really good video. He has the timestamp isn't helping. And he has, I know, and he has amazing videos. There's a ton over there, Karen Reed. We didn't get to Karen Reed trial tonight, so I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm planning on doing the 3 days that I'm behind on. I think I'm actually behind 4, but I would like to get through at least 2 or 3 days tomorrow. So I appreciate you guys for hanging out. We've been live for like 4 hours. So make sure you hit the like button, sub up. Oh, that was Microdots. Yeah, I've been a little behind on my streaming just because of work. And then but usually during the day we cover true crime, all just true crime. No, I mean it's still fun, but the MELLY After Darks are more like we like have a few drinks, hang out, talk a little bit about everything. But the true crime lives that I do during the day are more like deep dives, lots of documents. So sub up, make sure you hit the like button. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Microdots. I'll drop it in the link. I mean, I'll drop it in the chat. I'll drop the link in the chat. You know what I meant. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Bye. I was going to play the outro. Thank you, Popo. Thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Hopefully see you on the next one. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Now I'm out. Thanks, Popo. Appreciate it. Have a good night.